forget that this program is coming to you live. We're broadcasting simultaneously on independent television and radio as well. Every day, persons with disabilities sometimes face the struggle of explaining to people around them that they are human just like every other person, that they have lives, that they have families, that they have businesses, that they just go about doing their thing just like everyone else. So today on this program, our focus will be the reality of everyday life for persons with disability. And we'll be having a conversation with an entrepreneur who is hearing impaired. She will be our guest on this program. Her name is Omorose, I hope I'm getting Omorose Iroe. She's hearing impaired and she's our guest on the program today. And our sign language interpreter, who's been away for quite some time, but thank God she's back now, Cynthia Godwin Aya. She's back on the program as our sign language interpreter. She will definitely be doing justice to our deaf community. So I'd like to say a big welcome to Iroe for coming on the program today. Welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like to fire my first question by asking her, how's she doing today and how's today been for her?
I'm doing fine.
Okay, let her take me through the day-to-day struggle of someone with disability, particularly for her who is hearing impaired. What's her day like as a business person? How does she set up for her day?
Okay, I work every day of the week as a fashion designer, and I have a lot of customers as well, and they come strictly for business, and we are able to interact and carry on with the business.
Okay, I want to know what the communication issue will be. Most of our clients or customers, I assume they will not be persons who can understand sign language. So how is she able to communicate with her customer and do her business effectively?
Some of my customers who are not hearing impaired, we can write, send text messages, send SMS, and if it's not through phone, we write on paper to negotiate price. Then the style and design, we can always bring those ones out from pictures, either on phone or on hard copy. It is actually not easy, but we are able to manage to communicate.
All right.
For me as well as a deaf person, it's also very challenging for me to understand when they try to communicate with me. The same way they also force themselves to understand, but somehow we're able to communicate and get along.
All right, this difficulty of communication, how has it affected her business?
Sometimes it becomes very, very difficult for me to understand, and I keep asking them, please, can you come again? Can you come again? And some of them are really very patient, but some of them, they are not. And my main target is to ensure that my customers are satisfied, so that despite the communication barrier, they will want to come back for more business and to give me more materials to make for them.
All right. I'd like her to take us through how she learned this skill and how she was able to raise funds to start this business.
Okay, when I decided to go for this skill acquisition, it wasn't my initial plan. I actually wanted to go to school, but because the money was not there, so my parents now said I should think of which handwork to learn, and that was what informed my decision. I didn't really know that I would do so well in it, but somehow I started and I learned, and establishing her became a challenge. I couldn't get a shop, but today, with the support of Navid and other friends, I have a shop.
All right. Has she experienced any form of discrimination on account of her disability? I mean, people not patronizing her, not giving her a job because they feel that as someone who's hearing impaired, she might not be capable enough to do the job. Has anyone ever doubted her efficiency as a result of her disability?
Yes, I have. I've experienced such discrimination. Let me just cite this particular example. One of my customers brought clothes to me, and on getting to my shop, she asked, "I'm looking for your Oga." I said, "I am the Oga." He said, "How?" So she now said, "Okay, I should call any other person that she can talk with." Called my boy, who was an apprentice under me, and was asking, "Is this the person? So yeah, is this your Oga?" The boy said, "Yes." Said, "Are you sure she can make clothes?" My clothes. She brought her the style, and she never believed, but I just told her to give me a try. She said, "Please don't spoil my material, because if you do, you are going to pay for it." I said, "Okay, what if I do it and I do it perfectly well? Will you double pay me?" So, but at the end of the day, I was able to make the cloth neatly for her, and she appreciated it, and she has been giving me more work since that time, because she has been satisfied over and over again. For the first time, it was really, really difficult. She really doubted me. But now she has been able to build the trust.
Okay, for someone who is hearing impaired, or let me say for persons with disability, she's an entrepreneur of a sort. How difficult is it for persons with disability to go into business, particularly as someone who is hearing impaired?
It is very difficult, especially for the deaf persons. It is difficult for them to push through. It's not easy, I must tell you. Most hearing persons feel that they cannot trust a deaf person. And I feel that the major reason is the communication barrier. And they are not ready to be patient to start writing us through messages or using paper and biro. So communication makes it very difficult for deaf persons to go into business. And trust issues too. It's difficult for hearing persons to trust the deaf. So it makes it difficult for them to go into business. And when they go to excel, also becomes a challenge.
All right. This question just popped in my head, because sometimes people think that people patronize persons with disability who are into business, maybe out of pity, not necessarily because they feel they are competent. How does she demonstrate the fact that, look, you know what, I can do this not because I don't want the job because I'm hearing impaired. I want the job because I have the capacity to deliver?
Okay, it is true that some people want to pity persons with disability. I have also experienced it. And most times when people try to talk to me, I cannot respond by talking back. I'll rather write. So this particular lady now felt that, oh, let me just pity for you and give you this cloth to make. And when she asked how much I was going to take, I gave her my price. She was like, you know, you have a high price rate like this. She said, because of what I'm going to do for you. Don't pity me, but when I finish your work, you are going to be satisfied. And that was actually what happened. When she brought the style for me, I saw it and I knew it was something I could easily make, and I made it for her. She became very pleased and started sourcing for more customers for me. Now, not to give me clothes because they were pitying me, but because of my competence.
Fantastic. And I'm wondering, how important is education in terms of going into any skill or entrepreneurship for persons with disability? I'm wondering in my head, a deaf person who do not understand sign language, who cannot read and write, how does that affect a deaf person who wants to go into business?
For someone without education, it will be difficult to make progress in business because at least literacy skill is very important.
Yeah.
So when you want to venture into any business, you should be able to read, write, and do little calculations. Even if you want to go into tailoring, you need to learn measurements, which is also going to take your experience to be able to calculate numbers, and you must also know how to write your budget, materials to buy, how much the person is going to pay, so that you can also make your profits. But if that person is not educated or no literacy skill at all, it becomes a very huge challenge. So education is important, even if it's not up to university level, but to the extent that you can do well in business.
All right. There's this notion that most hearing impaired persons often drop out of school. Some argue that amongst the clusters of persons with disability, namely blind, those on wheelchair, the deaf are mostly the ones who drop out of school. How important is vocation, learning skill? How important is it for those with hearing impairments, so that if they cannot go through the 4 walls of the university, at least they can earn a skill?
Yes, vocational training is also very important because some deaf persons, they usually feel lonely among other persons. So sometimes it becomes difficult for them to even cope when they are learning skill and vocations, especially from a center of a hearing person. Sometimes even schooling before now, it used to be very boring to them as well. Just that now there's improvement because the special school is not paying attention to them. But if it is an inclusive setting, the deaf will be able to stay put and learn, go to school or learn whatever vocation that they have to learn.
I mean, speaking about learning now, I'm thinking, would the learning necessarily be in a center that is purely for deaf persons, or a deaf person can go to any vocational center? You know, just like people without disability will go to any shop or workshop to become an apprentice. Is it the same for a deaf person, or it has to be a special center?
I feel that a deaf center will be better for them to learn fast. My own experience, speaking from my own experience now, when I learned from a hearing person who was a male, I learned from a male deaf, and within a short period of time, I learned a lot because communication wasn't so much of a problem for the both of us. We were both deaf. But when I finished, I also wanted to have some experience of female clothes. So after then, I now went to a shop where I was the only deaf person to become an apprentice there. I wasn't comfortable because sometimes, even when they are not talking about me, I feel that they are talking about me. Even when they laugh, only me won't be laughing. So I wasn't comfortable. So even pay attention there to learn was difficult for me. So for me, I would recommend that a deaf-to-deaf training center or an all-inclusive center where there will be no communication gap. The deaf will learn better in such environments.
Let's stay with the issue of trust. With the issue of trust now, I've heard this a couple of times for persons with hearing impairment, that trust is an issue with a lot of deaf persons. I would like to know from her, why is it so? Is it just because of the communication? Why do deaf people not trust those who do not share their disability?
The major reason is communication. Maybe just a deaf person is in a group and the deaf person is the only deaf person there. Others are talking. Whether they are talking about the deaf person or not, the deaf person will have that notion that they are talking about him or her. So it becomes very difficult for them to trust. So even when you tell them that you are not talking about them, that notion, that mindset is already there. So it will be difficult for them to change it.
All right, she made mention of someone coming to a shop and the person insisting to give the work to her apprentice. I mean, does she hire the services of only hearing impaired persons as apprentice, or anyone can come and, you know, enroll in her shop and learn her skill as well?
I train both the deaf and also the hearing, both.
That's nice, super nice. We'll go on a quick break. We'll come back. We'll continue our conversation with our guest in the studio. It's been amazing. I just took you through the world of a hearing impaired person. There's more to come, more experience you would love to share with us on the program. But we'll go on a quick break now. When we'll come back, we'll continue our conversation. All right, welcome back. Still with the program Hitches and Voices on independent television and radio, just in case you're listening to us from your radio set. My guest today is Omorose Iroe, a fashion designer here in Benin City, and she's doing very well for herself. And she's been sharing her experience with us as a deaf person who is living her day-to-day life doing business in the city. I'd like to, you know, deviate a little from her job as a fashion designer and go a little bit into her personal life. I'd like to know if she's married, and if she's not, has she witnessed any sexual harassment? Because we know that a lot of deaf persons are beginning to speak out concerning people harassing them sexually. Has she been through such experience?
Okay, no, I am not married. I am still a spinster. Okay. Talking about sexual harassment, I have experienced it personally. It is not an easy thing. Even in this, my place of business, many of them collect number to say, let's talk about business, but from there, they try to harass me. But because I am already an adult, I am able to surmount those things. Assuming I was a child, it would have been maybe a very big challenge to me. Some of them keep pressing and pressing and pressing, but then I'm able to surmount it. That's it.
All right. She says she's single. I would love to know from her if she's open to marrying someone who's not hearing impaired, or because of the trust issue she talked about earlier, she'll feel much comfortable marrying a person with same disability?
Okay, I'm not particularly concerned about whether the person can hear or if the person is deaf. My concern is if the person will truly love me and if we'll be able to understand each other and make progress in life.
I mean, but we've interviewed a couple of deaf ladies on this program. I think she's about the first saying she's open to marrying someone who do not have any disability. But she also mentioned the issue of trust, someone who cannot communicate in her own language. How does that affect the way she relates with people around her, particularly in terms of building relationships?
Some of them are interested in having a relationship with me. So because of that, they are patient with me to try to understand when I talk, and also when they talk too, I also force myself to understand. So for me, communication is not only signing. Communication is talking and understanding yourself. I can lip read, I can also write. I have a level of speech too that those who are familiar with me can easily understand.
All right, that's good. But what's a message to her fellow deaf person out there, or persons with disability in general, as regards those who are contemplating learning a skill, one skill or the other? Maybe some of them think it's not possible, or how would they get started up to start the business? What's a message to them?
My advice to all, especially the hearing impaired persons, is that they should be patient and pursue their goal in life. They should be patient and be encouraged to pursue their goal in life. If they are not patient, it becomes difficult, because what others will learn easily for a deaf, it might not be as easy as others, but it is possible. With patience and perseverance, they will be able to succeed. Many deaf out there feel that, I am big, I'm bigger than my madam or my oga, so how can I learn? Take that away. Your oga might be smaller than you in size, but the skill that he or she has, you need it in life. So humble yourself and be patient.
Beautiful. I would have loved to go into the issue of, technology. Has technology helped to aid the learning and communication for those with hearing impairment? But unfortunately, we might not be able to go into all of that. Subsequently on this program, we will deal with that subject. But it's a wrap on the program today, Hitches and Voices, on independent television and radio. I'd like to thank you for spending our time to follow us on the program for today. Join us same time next week on the program, Hitches and Voices. I'd like to thank my guest, Omar Rousseff, for coming to the program. Till then, spot the hitch and be a voice. My name is Kingsley Okoji.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to yet a fresh episode on the program Law and You, as we spotlight very important, issue that we see every day in our everyday transactions. Now, do you know that owing money in Nigeria can cost you more than just the interest? It can cost you your peace of mind. It can also cost you your dignity. It can cost you even sometimes your life. A situation where, you get midnight calls after getting your daytime calls, from those that you took the money from. To a point even where you are being harassed or sometimes even brutalized, and also to a point where you are facing a demand notice or a court order, and then law enforcement and all the rest. How then can we draw the line legally, or what the laws of the land apply to where we can draw the line between what is a legal means of recovering debt and what is also an illegal means of recovering debt? My name is Philip Omo-Gyukpong. This is the courtroom where we'll look at these issues and find a way to resolve them. And discussing this with me, I have a legal practitioner with me, and his name is Emmanuel Obakwalo. Big thanks for joining me in this new year.
Good day, Philip. Good day, Nigerians.
All right, so let's look at the background on what debt is before we go into total about where we can draw the line between what can be called illegal debt recovery and illegal means of recovery.
Debt recovery is a pure civil matter.
Oh, it's not criminal.
Civil, yes. And there are legal frameworks.
You mean owing debt is a civil case?
Civil. Pure civil.
If the debtor defaults?
Civil. But there are legal frameworks on debt recovery. And what are these? They are 14 in number. But time may not permit us to begin to go through them all.
Absolutely.
So we may choose some of them. 1, the Companies and Allied Matters Act. 2, the Central Bank Act. 3, the High Court Civil Procedure Rules of various states. 4, the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules of the Federation. 5, we have the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Company. These are some of this debt recovery we have. We also have the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act. Now, when you look at debt recovery, like I did say, is a pure civil matter, and it has procedure and processes to be followed. Now, if A gets money from B, or loans money from B, or borrowed money from B, you are to pay back that money based on the conditions upon which the loan was given. So it becomes a contract between the parties. And the party that is now the loanee, the party that is now the debtor, is duty bound to obey the conditions upon which the contract was entered.
Even if the conditions does not meet the requirement by law?
The conditions must be, it is only the court that has the power to interpret whether or not the conditions meet the requirement or does not meet the requirement. Where they don't meet the requirement, the court will find out it.
Okay.
Because, you see,
even if the court finds out it, but the loanee has signed to that. So there's a contractual agreement.
Yes. Somebody can be that so desperate and assign and go to sign anything that will even be to his detriment.
So will the court admit that, being that the person signed to that agreement, even though it doesn't, or it negates, or it breaches the constitutional provision?
The court may, where it breaches or it violates the law.
Okay.
The court will not accept the conditions.
We ignore
in
the
total.
signature.
Yes.
That, or
the
agreement.
court will not accept it in total.
Okay.
The court will want to look at the fairness of the condition.
Okay.
And what it should be, what the law says.
To administer
with
justice.
Yes, with respect to it, because the court only gives justice. And the court looks at, and justice can be two-way traffic. So the court considers that. So, and as such, in such a situation, even the debtor can get the approval of the courts for protection.
Okay.
The law protects also the debtor. So that is what we look at.
Okay.
And that is what the court considers when there is a matter of such nature before
Is
it.
this what you just said is indicative of a contract? But let's look at, as in a written contract, I mean. But let's look at a situation where there's just a verbal agreement, like friendly loans, for instance. I don't want to use the word, but let me use the word informal loaner or lender giving to a friend, like me giving to a friend and saying, well, 2 months back, I needed money, okay? But by the time my friend now defaults, just a verbal gentleman agreement, you know. By the time he now defaults, do we have the local standard to litigate?
Yes, you know, contracts. There are two types of contracts. There is the implied contract, which is a verbal contract. It simply means that the contract is not spelled out in black and white. The contract is not written. It takes the form or pattern or nature of a gentleman's agreement. Such contract, the law also allows it, recognizes it rather, and allows the contract to be between parties, just as because the law recognizes it, and the law also considers situations of such. There is also the express contract. This one now is a contract entered by the parties where they spell out the contract, the conditions,
written,
the terms, everything that the parties must do with respect to that contract. And you see, express contract is always easier for the parties who entered it.
For debt recovery,
yes,
it's always easier.
Yes, because of the contract is spelled out.
Documented.
That every person, every Tom, Dick, and Harry can read and understand that this is a contract entered by the parties. However, where in an implied contract or what is known as gentleman agreement, there are also conditions the court will look at, particularly where that loan that was given or the borrowings that was administered frowns are contrary to conditions of debt of loans. Are you getting me? Of loans. For instance, the interest. If the interest is over burdensome, if the interest contradicts the percentage as provided for by law, the law will also look at such contract that the parties ought to be fair to themselves,
okay,
with respect to that contract. So what the court
the ground norm takes effect.
Yeah. So what the court
situation.
Yeah. So what the court does is that the court looks at the fairness of the condition between the parties or amongst the parties, as the case may be. So in debt recovery, there are legal process to recover your debt. However, in course of carrying out the debt recovery, if a party, either of the party, choose to assault or batter another, it now has a criminal flavor.
Okay. Before we go there, let's exhaust and explore this aspect you just said, most especially, for instance, for how you call it, a gentleman agreement, verbal agreement, and this does not involve, the lender having the license to do that. How does the court address this?
Where the lender is not a certified lender, it becomes an issue.
For debt recovery, you mean?
Yes,
Or
for
to
debt.
litigate? Both.
When you want to recover debt, you follow the processes. If you choose to toe the line of alternative dispute resolution, where a mediator is appointed, even for there to be a mediator, it is the parties that must apply to court. The parties must apply. So the court appoints, or the court appoints to them a mediator for them. But in most contracts today, the parties in their agreement where the loan now is an express one, that means documented. The parties themselves always put in that contract a clause suggesting the process of how to recover the debt. They put a process. They may say, okay, where the loanee violates this, our first step will be that we will both appoint a mediator who is to sit to determine the matter between the two of us. And where that doesn't work, we cannot choose to go to court. Where that happens, sir, the parties, where there is a violation of the terms and conditions of that contract, either of the party cannot just run to court to seek redress. If you go where the conditions of the contract is now brought to court, and the court sees that there is a clause that says that first the parties must go to a mediator, seek an alternative dispute resolution to ensure that this matter is determined, the court will now ask the parties to go and do so. Until that fails, that is when they cannot come to court. And in most modern contracts today, that is the pattern they follow in recovery of debt. They ensure that the process upon which the debt will be recovered is followed, is infused in that contract. So that's why it is safer and better to have an express contract with respect to loan or borrowings.
All right, thank you.
The parties will be more secured than the oral one where there may be processes or method of denial.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Well, this is Law and You, in case you're just coming across it. And my name is Philip Omo-Gyukma. I'll be speaking with Emmanuel Obakwalo, a legal luminary. And we're going to be taking a short break, after which we'll delve deeper into the topic, most especially the aspect of harassment and seizure of property. Where does the law draw the line? To stay. Welcome back. The show is Law and You. I still have my guest with me now. Can a loaner or a lender, seize the loanee's property without due process?
No. It becomes an offense. It becomes a crime.
It becomes a crime?
Yes.
Or a civil wrong?
The civil wrong will not metamorphose to crime, because you cannot seize the property of a debtor or a loanee without a court order.
Okay, a court order must be there.
You cannot. You don't have that power.
Okay, but let's paint a scenario where the lender is not really registered by law.
Whether or not it's not a certified lender or a legal lender, a legal lender cannot seize.
Talk less.
More of a lender that is not certified. You cannot seize someone's property. That's why some of these persons who call themselves private lenders, who are registered, You see them, one of the conditions they give most times when there is need to borrow money from them, they will give a condition of bring a landed property.
Yeah, like collateral security.
Yes.
My mind was going there.
Bring a landed property. And most times their interest, they will want to go and know the land, see where the land is, and they begin to pick interest. So by the time the lender is defaulting, the loanee or the borrower is defaulting, you see them begin to show interest with respect to that land. At times they'll just go sell they pretend to sell the property to somebody, that person will overturn or sell the property to them again. So and when they want to present before the court, if the matter now goes to court, they'll say that they sold. The court will say, no, you don't have that power. You don't have that power. Where there is a default of the contract entered by the parties, the best method or best step to take is to seek redress. Go before the court and say, XYZ had violated the agreement, the contract entered between us or between the parties. And as such, I want to recover my money. The court will come up with a proper judgment.
Okay.
Someone that will even give both parties peace.
Okay, take for instance, in the gentleman's agreement, there was an agreement that if you are not able to pay me in 2-3 months, I pick your car. Is that admissible in court?
It isn't.
Even if the loanee signed to it?
It isn't. You should pay back your money. And even if there's any need for the car to be sold, he should by himself sell his car and give you your money. It's safer and it's legal. But when there's a seizure of the car by the lender,
that becomes an illegal means of debt recovery.
Illegal means of debt recovery. And you know, it suggests crisis between the parties. But mind you, at the point of entering into that contract, the parties enter into the contract with peace, smiles, joy, and happiness. But now that you want to recover the debt, there's now crisis.
Because money is involved.
Not only that, especially where you follow illegal means.
Okay.
To recover that debt, there will be crisis between the parties. Where you follow legal means, if, for instance, you go to court for redress, the other party will even be more afraid.
Okay.
And may want to seek an alternative dispute ADR means of resolving the matter. May say, okay, may tell the court, my lord, can we settle out of court? Maybe at the close of the day, the court may pass such as consent judgment between the parties. But where you toe the line of illegality to recover that debt, it becomes an issue.
Okay, let's look at how a loaner, or rather a lender, can get his debt back in terms of what is being owed, can recover his debt. Most especially if he is not having the required license, and there are charges or interest that was inbuilt, because we had this conversation off camera. So I want you to bring back on record, as in if such a lender or a gentleman who gave that money out, if he has the legal backing to impute interest when he has no license as a lender.
It's commonsensical. He doesn't have right to request for any form of interest. He doesn't have that right.
On the basis that he's not licensed?
Yes, he doesn't have that right. Because that purported or supposed contract entered by the parties is even an illegal contract. And an illegal contract cannot become legal by seeking redress in the court.
But the court can give it a soft landing, mostly to the creditor, because it was just an act of kindness.
Act of kindness.
Say, for instance, I'm lending money to a friend. It was an act of kindness. And
act of kindness.
You can't tell me I can't get the money back, even though I built interest on it.
No, you can't get that interest.
I can't get the money with the interest.
Yes.
What makes you say so?
Because you are not a certified lender.
Okay, so what would the court do, or what do we have as the law?
So it still
Does it
depends
mean I
on.
will only get my money back without it?
Yes, and it depends on the process you also follow.
Considering the fact that this money has spent months, I would have rather given my money into the business and then it yields profit.
It is not.
Isn't the law going to also
It is-
find a way to resolve that? Because it involves money that I would have kept into the business and it would have yielded profit.
It is not the duty of the court to know how long the debt has been and the time you choose to recover the debt. It is not the duty of the court. That contract from the outset is an illegal contract. So you cannot now give it the flavor of legal or legality to ensure because
it passed
you
to
want
the bank, for instance, and it was written loan.
loan. Mind you, you just told me that it's a gentleman agreement between two friends, and the lender is not a certified lender. So it's the toga on that contract is that it is a mere gentleman agreement between the parties. So he can seek redress to recover the debt, but the interest, he is not qualified to do that. He is not. You can just say, I need my money. Stricto sensu. And mind you, there is going to be a counter also from the borrower
Okay.
to say, no, it was this, it was not this.
Okay, so let's look at the safest way, because it's one thing for you to request for money as a loan. It's another for you to keep integrity and get this money paid. Now, what's the safest way? Because we are advising the public, for instance. What's the safest way to get money as loans?
One,
Is it from just the bank,
the bank.
microfinance bank also,
Yes.
certified?
Certified, go to the bank. Make an application. We have too many banks. We have the Bank of Industry. We have the Bank of Agriculture. It depends on what you want to do with the money you want to loan. Because first, you must convince the bank what you want to use the money for. Not because you want to buy tissue paper. You now go and apply in the court, in the bank, that you need a loan.
Or personal consumption?
Or you want to, yes, or you want to buy phone for yourself. You go to the bank and apply for loan. No. What will the money be used for?
That's where we are, because this stringent means, all right, tied to getting loans from banks, brought a point where we now see loan sharks, digital loans, feasting on the unsuspecting public. So how do you address that bottleneck in the banks, for instance?
Technology also has its own disadvantage. I saw somebody who has an app on his phone, and he was using it to get loans, small loans, from some illegal
Loan sharks.
Yes. And one of the days they called him to say, come, you are already owing over 50-something thousand naira. Come and pay. We are giving you 3 days to come and pay the money. And he was running up and down. I said, why did you do that?
So to avoid that, how do we tackle that aspect of the banks, for instance? Because we're going to be rolling this into a fresh episode, and we'll delve deeper into the digital loans that you just made mention of. But before we round off in less than 3 minutes, how do we clear off the bottleneck system in the regular banking system, for instance, that now gave room for all of these, ways by which those who are applying for loans now seek other means instead of seeking the right way where they will not be defrauded. So how do we address the bottleneck system in banks?
The banks should ensure that the processes to
Are flexible.
get loans are flexible. Because just now it is very cumbersome.
But the bank doesn't allow personal consumption.
No, you cannot, because
Like
you
you
are
said.
hungry. You want to go and apply for loan.
You must
What
demonstrate
do you
that
do
you can
with the
pay.
money? Convince the bank. Because the bank too
Except
is anticipating.
it's a salary account, for instance.
Yes. The bank too is.
That can be given on personal consumption.
Yes.
Because
It
you
is
have
a
a salary
salary
account.
account. Yes.
But if it's
At the
not-
end of the day, when the salary comes, the bank takes the money.
But if it's not, then maybe we'll be looking at the turnover, for instance.
Because one, the bank also consider how much is this person applying for, the amount of the money. So that will now make the bank to be strict and ensure that the process is strict. Why? The bank want to be safer, to ensure that they are not giving their loan to the wrong person, and that their loan will come as at when due. And two, even the borrower will not be a fraudulent person.
Okay.
2. And 3, 4, the borrower too will use the money for the purpose for which it was applied for.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel Obakpolo. Awesome to have you join on this very, very sensitive and fresh topic on today. We're going to be looking at this, an extension, which is the second episode, which we'll be looking at still on debt recovery, both the legal and illegal means. Do well to join us same time next week. I am Philip Omo Gupon. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers,
Again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. Today we have a topic which is of vital importance. And the topic is simply Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Islamic ruling on intoxicants. What are the substances that constitute intoxicants? Inshallah, in the course of the program, the panelists will tell us. To take this vital topic this evening, I have with me in the studio Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Adi. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you.
Alhamdulillah. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Alamin Alao. Now let's go straight to the business of the day. We are looking at the topic Islamic ruling on intoxicants. So let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. What are the substances, what are the things that constitute intoxicants as far as this topic is concerned?
In the name of Allah, all praise belongs to Allah, and we ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The substances that constitute intoxicants is anything that can change the sense of reasoning of a person when they consume it. This is what is referred to as intoxicant in Islam, and we call it a muskirun. And the Prophet ﷺ said, every muskir, that is anything that intoxicates, is haram. Anything that intoxicates is haram. So whether it is alcohol or it is any of the substances that people consume, such as heroin, cocaine, cannabis, call them, name them, they are all under the classification of intoxicants, and they are prohibited in Islam. This is because of the Islamic objective to protect human mental health. That mental health is of paramount importance. When you have too many people who are sick in their head in a community, of course, you can be sure that everything will be in disarray in that community. So Islam considers mental health to be one of the very, very important part of the human system that needs to be protected. Now,
thank you very much. I'm coming to you now, Prof. Now, we have some who argue that it is not forbidden in the Quran. It's not entirely, completely forbidden in the Quran that you should take intoxicants. And some will refer to Quran chapter 4, verse 43, where Almighty Allah says that, oh, you believe, do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Some will refer to Quran chapter 2, verse 219, where Almighty Allah says that when you talk of intoxicants, there are benefits in them and there are sins in them. But the sins outweigh their benefits. Why we now have Quran chapter 5, verse 90, where Almighty Allah completely forbids or condemns the consumption of intoxicants. So can you please help the viewers to reconcile these three verses of the Quran?
You see, when Almighty Allah gives us an instruction in the Quran, sometimes it goes by way of telling us direct instruction, and there are some that pass through stages depending on the way the society is viewed. Of course, during the time of Prophet Muhammad, people were also they were indulging in the use of alcohol, intoxicants, and as such, as he was preaching to them, Almighty Allah now made it a kind of stage or stepwise instruction that gradually people were getting used to, people who had been used to the consumption of intoxicants. They were instructed when you want to pray, because just as he said, The moment you take any form of intoxicant, it changes your psyche. And if you look at the entire part of the body, the brain can be said to be the engine room of every being.
Oh.
The moment it is disturbed, automatically all the other parts and the value of such individual will be disturbed, including the people that live with such individual. That explains the reason why Almighty Allah calls our attention in many verses that whoever wants to worship him must have the psyche complete. The mentality of every human being must be complete, and that is where you can comprehend the nature of Almighty Allah. And as such,
yes, all right.
in order not to tamper with that, Almighty Allah says you should not take any form of intoxicant when you are about to pray. The second stage was that if you feel you are taking it for any pleasure, for anything, it could be an advantage to you, but the main evil, the main sins that you commit after taking it is worse and much more than the advantage that you feel you are taking from it. And the final one, which Almighty Allah said that if any act of intoxicant, divination, and arrow train, all these are handworks of Shaitan. Desist from them if indeed you want to succeed both in this world and in the hereafter. And that one seals it, that whoever wants to succeed before fellow human being and before Almighty Allah on the day of accountability, such individual must get away from taking intoxicants, no matter how little it is.
Thank you very much. If you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic Islamic rulings on intoxicants. Islamic rulings on intoxicants. So those of you who try to argue that the Quran did not completely prohibit consumption of intoxicants, you've heard the explanation now, the exegesis of the Quran. The first verse revealed, you are told that do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Then they are just embrace Islam. And you know, in those days, during the Jahiliyyah period, they drink alcohol like water. So they embrace Islam, but they are still consuming alcohol. And those who now want to say Salah, God asks, if you want to pray, don't drink. Then some say, okay, I will not drink when I want to pray, but I will drink when I'm not about to pray. Then second verse also came, Quran 4:43, that there are benefits in them. And Quran chapter 2 verse 219, there are benefits in them, there are sins in them, but the sins outweigh the benefits. Why some stop consuming it? That, oh, since the sins outweigh the benefits, I will not consume them again. Before the final verse now came, we are now described it along with gambling, that the abominations devised by the devil, that will you not abstain from them? Abstain from them so that I can be successful. Now, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz, Islamic rulings on intoxicants. What are the sins? What are the consequences of consuming intoxicants? Does it have anything to do? Is there any correlation between it and crime rate in the society? What other thing? Why do you think we are asked to abstain from intoxicants?
The verse of the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala stepwise and systematically prohibited intoxicant. As you mentioned, Allah said the benefits, you say you have some benefits in them, but then the disadvantage, the harm that you will suffer from consuming them is more than the advantages that you think you get from them. Obviously, the Prophet ﷺ said, as a way of, making it non-negotiable, to say you want to consume intoxicant. He said, Allah has not put the cure of any disease in that which He has prohibited. So that you cannot say that I am taking this alcohol, I'm taking this intoxicant because of my health. Some people say that they take intoxicant because they want to do away with their worries. When they are having issues with their wives or their families or in the office, they want to take intoxicant in order to throw them away from, the normal thinking, so that they don't feel the pain. But this is not a solution. In fact, medically, it is documented today that some of the stroke cases, consumption of intoxicant is becoming one of the risk factors in people that are having crises of stroke. Before you have stroke more in the elderly. Now you are now having stroke in middle adults because of what? Consumption of these intoxicants. It's a risk factor, as has been mentioned. Now, the Prophet Islam, still to make it, there is no way. He's saying that whatever intoxicates in little quantity, then it is, in large quantity, is prohibited in the smallest quantity. So that you cannot say, I can consume it. Then besides, if a person has become an addict of consuming intoxicants, the person risks his salah being accepted. So that it's not just about, it's me, it's my business, I consume it, it's not your business. In fact, the Prophet Islam says that the person who commits idolatry, that's one who worships other gods beside him. You know that the sin Allah does not forgive is the sin of associating partners with Allah. That the one who is going to be next to be condemned to the fire of hell on the day of judgment is somebody who became an addict of consumption of intoxicants. So that it is not something anyone should want to live with. If a person has it as a problem, maybe he has grown up with it from young age, it is something he can still fight, battle it, and see how you stop it. It is not only harmful to our health, it is a sin in the sight of Allah.
Thank you very much.
As you know too, that Allah does not allow you to take your life. Allah does not allow you to inflict harm on yourself. You are not allowed to injure yourself. So consumption of intoxicants is like killing the organs of your body system, and Allah does not allow that.
Thank you very much.
Now,
do not kill the organs of your body system. Do not commit suicide indirectly or gradually by consuming what is injurious to your health, what is injurious even to your mental health as well. Now, Prof, I'm coming to you again. For the Bunyamin ID, we have some people that are caused in respect of intoxicants, apart from the consumer itself. Can you please tell us some of them, so that people will not feel that, okay, it's only those who consume it?
Well, according to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, it was reported to have said that there are 10 categories of people that are caused along with or in association with intoxicants. The consumer, the one that prepares it, the one that works there, the one that sits where it's being consumed, and the one that bought it for another person. The person that they sent to go and buy it for another person. The person that carries it, and also the people that sit down where intoxicants or intoxicants are being consumed. All these are the categories of persons that are caused along with intoxicants.
Alhamdulillah. You can see, in order for consumption of intoxicants to stop, in fact, if people are consuming intoxicants and you greet them, you are also caused. So if they greet you, do not answer them. Then the distillate itself, the intoxicant itself, is also caused. We have 10 categories of people who are caused. So if the carrier is conscious, the buyer is conscious, you will discover that it will be difficult to circulate intoxicants. Now, coming to you again, Ustaz Sani Abdulaziz. I was talking about relating consumption of intoxicants with crime, armed robbery, kidnapping, assassination. You can see the in the country. Now, do you feel some kill under the influence of intoxicants, or that's their nature? Correlation between intoxicants and crime rates?
Surely, the consumption of intoxicants is connected with the level at which people are ready to commit crimes. Yes. Fornication, for example, and adultery, are more like the twin sister with intoxicant. Hardly will you find anybody who is morally shameless that he will not consume, intoxicants. The same thing with those who go into armed robbery. Some of the people who go to the extent of taking the life of others, they need to be a little bit insane for them to be able to do that. They look for substances to consume to deaden their conscience so that they will not have the human feeling that, oh, this is a human being that I want to deal with. So there is a connection. You, apart from crime rate, it's from the regulation in road safety that somebody who is under the influence of alcohol should not drive. Now, somebody who is under the influence of alcohol, to tell you how much it is so risky, can sleep with their mother. You know, you asking somebody that, okay, which of the sin is the one that you think is the greatest? To commit adultery, or to take intoxicant, or to murder? Alcohol consumption, intoxicant consumption is the greater of them. Why is it the greatest? The man who can stay away from committing adultery and can stay away from committing murder, by the time they consume intoxicant, they can do any of this. To the extent that one who is under the influence of intoxication can sleep with their mother, they can commit incest, they can go to any length because they are not in their senses. So how about you having for example, a medical doctor that wants to attend to a patient being under the influence of intoxicant? You have an engineer that wants to do the computation of what you need to be able to give you something that that's going to be durable, an edifice that will be solid, and is under the influence of intoxicant. Because some people just think that consumption of intoxicant is normal with life. It's a way of flexing, it's a way of maximizing your enjoyment of life, but it is not true. You are harming yourself, you are harming others. So this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited it. There is connection with between consumption of intoxicant and the crime rate in society, no doubt. Those you are calling bandits, those you are calling Boko Haram, many of them, they consume these substances. Now,
Prof, is there any punishment under the Sharia? And what is punishment under the Sharia for consumption of intoxicants? And then some of the students now take different substances. I'm happy you are a professor in the University of Benin. So you must have had some experience concerning what I'm talking about. Can you please advise the viewers and the students of the need to abstain from intoxicants?
Well, from Islamic point of view, if one is known to have taken any form of intoxicant, the person should be given 80 strokes of the cane. Yes. Now, aside that, for our youths today, generally, students and other people that belong to the category of those that we call youth, even the adults, everyone supposed to go away from any act of intoxicant. There are nowadays different forms. The ones that we are used to know are the normal alcohol, whether the brewed one or the local one we call kai kai, and the ones that they sniff, under which you have cocaine, you have heroin, and those that you also consume orally, under which you have, the ones that you smoke. Marijuana is one of them, and there are nowadays, you have sophisticated marijuana that they have laced with other chemicals in order to be more potent than the ordinary one. And people also use marijuana in order to cook rice or cook beans. And apart from that, some eat it raw. All these are various forms through which people consume them. And some go to the extent of taking some other drugs like codeine, which in the medical circle is used in order to cure heart cough. And people have abused it. They take it excessively, and it deadens the cells, it deadens the senses. And not only this, there are so many other ones that people take in one form or another. Some even go to the extent of mixing some of these drugs with yogurt. And after taking them, there is this one they call the I mean, the tramadol, even there is another one more potent than tramadol, that after taking it, the person may be rolling inside the mud. The person will lose senses, and there are so many of them that people take. We have to go away from them, because the moment you take them, the individual becomes useless to himself and becomes a permanent problem to the entire society.
Thank you very much. Viewers, this is what we can take today on the program, Message of Islam. The topic discussed, Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Intoxicants include tramadol, codeine, marijuana, heroin, cocaine, whatever can affect your mental health is forbidden completely in Islam, and it's also sinful. When you have consumed them, you cannot approach your salat. And the punishment in Islam was even 40 strokes of the cane before it was increased to 80 strokes of the cane at the time of Umar bin al-Khattab. Close to 100 strokes of the cane, which is punishment for fornication. Thanks for coming, Professor Bunyamin Aide, and thanks for coming, Ustaz Sani Abdulafiz. And your uncle, Al-Aj Alamin Alao, viewers abstain completely from intoxicants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àlàyé aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀dúwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is where women sit together to discuss things that are happening amongst us, especially the women. Do we talk about men? Yes, we do sometimes, when it is very, very necessary, especially when we're talking about marriage, talking about DNA and all that. But this is a room for women where we discuss, where we'll laugh, where we'll chit-chat, as you might call it. Anyway, it's a new episode, new production, and I am saying Happy New Year to you viewers. It's been a while, so we say Happy New Year and thank God we made it to 2026. Anyways, like as usual, I don't do this alone. I have my pretty women, my guests, always here to analyze some of the topics that we'll be discussing today. And on my right, I have Princess Edith Madejemo, who is a household name. She is the CEO Golden Touch Collection. Edith.
Good morning, Happy New Year, and thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, and welcome as usual. And to my left, we have Ayo. You know, the thing about Ayo, let me talk about Ayo before introducing her. I have been pursuing Ayo to join us on WIC because she has a lot to talk about. She has a lot to educate us on. But of course, Ayo is a very busy person. Thank God she made it through to us today. She is Ayo Ali Balogun. Ayo Ali Balogun is a management consultant. Ayo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You also pretty. I told you behind the camera, I like your earrings, so I'm going to take it. Anyway, thank you for joining us again. And let's just go straight to today's discussion. Ladies, it's been a problem, you know, mothers, especially these young mothers these days, they shy away from discussing the adult talks with their daughter. And so the question is, when is the right time to start the discussion with your daughter on adult talks? I know you understand what I mean when I say adult talks. Princess, let me start with you.
Oh. I'm actually on that table right now.
Wow.
And at times it gives me goosebumps when I'm talking about it. But the way that we have to talk about it. As an intentional parent, you just have to be open to some extent. I don't think there is a perfect time for it, in as much as you watch your child or your girl child growing from 7 years, you can start at least educating her about herself. Then thereafter, from 10 years, I think you can start introducing some talk to her. Especially, I have this topic I introduced to myself and my daughter, mom and daughter night. We used to do it every Friday or Saturday night. At times, once or twice in a month, we do it. And that is the time we talk.
How old is your daughter, if I might ask?
She's almost 10. She's 9, going to 10. So we have mom and daughter nights, and at times, these nights are the nights we talk. At times, she will jot some things down about me that she want to tell me. Or about me, because I used to tell her, what do I do that you don't like? You know, we parents, we can be somehow at times. So, and she will put it down. She's looking forward to that mother and daughter night that she'll tell me, Mommy, you used to do this and I don't like it. It makes me sad. As those points that she pointed out to me that makes her sad, I have to look into it. At times give her excuse. Then that is the time I have to talk to her about this adult talk. It's never too late when you start from 8, because you don't know where they go. You can't be with them all through. They go to church, they go to children party, you may be there. They go to school, you may be there with them at that children party, but you won't be playing with them. You know, maybe you just sit at the corner where the parents sit, and they will mingle with their friends. They go to school. You don't know what the other parents are teaching their children. And some of these things come from school. Do you understand? So I would say from 8 years, because from 8 years, an 8-year-old girl child should understand what you are talking about. We're able to get the message. You understand? So I would say from 8 years, you start telling them their body and how to associate with the opposite sex.
Okay. Thank you, Princess. Now, Princess had said from 8 years. But some mothers will tell you, 8 years child, is a baby. I'm still, bathing for her and all that. I don't want to start talking to her about the adult talk at 8 years. Do you agree with her, or what exact time do you think is the right time for one to start discussing adult talk with the children? Let me remind you that some children, like you said, at 8 years are fully blown with everything. Everything. When I mean everything, yeah. I have seen a lot of things. So when do you think is the right time to start talking?
So personally, I think much earlier.
Okay. Earlier than 7?
Earlier than 7. And I must mention this. I don't know if you remember this lady, Auntie Jessica Obioma. She used to be there. And she told me many years ago and said, have you educated your daughter on her body and private? My daughter was 4 years at that time.
Wow.
I thought, strange. She said, no.
She's a child, because you still have some children wearing Pampers at 4.
Right. So I remember visiting her and she said, no, you tell her, here, if anybody touch you, no. Because abuse, someone who is looking for a prey, would not leave children under 8. As long as a child begins to, the cognitive, develops and the child can assimilate, you understand, you begin to, in the language that the child would understand, you get. Even when they're playing, nobody touch you here, don't, like that. Break it beat by beat. You'd be surprised that by age 8, like you said, a lot of children, I know when I was much younger, a girl had started her monthly period at the age of 8.
Wow.
So you can imagine such a girl. Of course, she has womanly body and everything. Now, what do you think would happen if that child hadn't been well groomed?
Okay, that's it.
You understand? Now you also have some children are very adventurous. They're curious. There's so many things online today that they see and they want to explore. You see young children, I query a lot of the Nigerian movies where, they're very explicit when it comes to trying to describe adult scenes. And I think the Census Board should look into that. I think it's just too much for me. So I think the earlier, as soon as a child can recognize and assimilate, 8, 2, 3, nobody touch you here, okay? Anybody touch you there, you tell mommy. Because it starts a predator starts to groom a child. I say, if you tell your mommy, I'll beat you. If I tell your mommy, I kill you. I'll kill your mommy. You understand? So you want to start building the confidence of that child as early as possible. And I love what you do, Princess, with your daughter, the mother and daughter. I wish, I had
talk.
The mom, yes. I wish I knew that when my child was that age. But I think that's brilliant. And I'm going to propagate it. It's brilliant. And I love the fact that you are encouraging her to pen down her thoughts about your actions.
You, yeah.
I remember once my daughter said to me, I was like, tell me, and she was like, no, I don't want to tell you, because if I tell you now, when you're angry, you will say it.
Oh shit. I know how you feel that.
I know.
And it never left me. It never left me.
Okay, so let's come to that. What did you think you did wrong that made her to, get to that extent of saying, if I tell you this, the day you're angry, you bring it up to use it against me. Where did you go wrong in this?
So, with parenthood, nobody has a manual. So you
Definitely.
come up, and then life has a way of, forming you. And you, the kind of person you are, determines. So this is me, who is a go-getter, and then my daughter at that time was a very quiet introvert. You could hardly hear her. So I become very exasperated. I told her.
Because you're not acting like me.
Like me.
Why are you this quiet?
And guess what?
Yes, firebrand now.
Firebrand.
She was just forming. She was just forming.
No, that's language. Forming. No, I don't think she was forming. She was watching you.
Yeah, no. So
that was her forming stage.
Molding.
Yes, molding. That's what I mean by that.
Okay.
See, it comes in. Sorry, darling.
Yes.
It comes in different way. Like your daughter said, if I tell you what you do now, if I tell you what's happening, you use it against me.
Yes.
I just imagine how you feel. It has happened to me actually. My own was smacking. So like you did something, I'll smack you. So there was something happened in school and she didn't tell me. I get to know, I think the third day or the other day, and I queried her. I said, you told me everything. Because I made it a point of duty that when I come to pick her, right from the car, we're already discussing.
How did the day go?
Even if I'm on call, once I drop that call, start telling me, start talking. Don't wait for me to ask you. We started it when she was a little. So start telling me the things I couldn't enjoy when I was growing. I want my daughter to enjoy it. I learned. I enroll in all these different platforms, just to learn how to be a better mother, a better parent. I do. So I ask, I say, once I drop my phone, anything you think you should tell me, start talking. Don't wait for me anymore to start asking you. So I got to know 3 days after, and I asked her, why didn't you tell me? She was mute. For some time, I was like, am I talking to you? She said, yes. Did you hear what I said? She said, yes. I said, why didn't you tell me? And she said, if I tell you, you will smack me. That's just as you said, it got to my brain. Like, so this girl can keep secret from me because I will smack her.
So how did you correct that?
So whenever she tells me things that would have make me smack her, I will not smack. I will just hold on and correct her. That part, you know, I would have beat you. But I don't want to beat you so you can keep telling me.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So because of after that scenario, such a thing never happened.
Ayo, I have had a young lady who came to meet me and said to me, I like the relationship you have with your daughter. I have just one daughter. I have the relationship you have with your daughter, but I do not have that relationship with my daughter. My daughter was actually very grown at the time she was talking to me about it, but her daughter was about 7 or 9. So she doesn't have that relationship that her daughter prefers to go talk to her dad. And then most times when her daughter wants to use her undies or, you know, zipper, she goes meet her dad. Daddy, do my zipper for me. Where do you think that mother went wrong for the daughter to have stayed away from her and rather talk with the father?
All right, so a lot of women, you know, query, oh, my children prefer the father, or that this.
I don't see anything wrong
I don't see anything wrong with that. And I think, you know, the father also has a right to enjoy special bond
with the
daughter and with the son. So, you know, we can't tell, even as adults, we don't choose who to love or who we fall in love with romantically. And now when it comes to bonding, you know, there's this special thing that it just happens. I don't think the mother went wrong, and I don't think she should beat herself over it. She should leverage on the father and daughter relationship to get, you know, her own space, which is, you know, complements that relationship, encourage the relationship, and the girl will begin to trust her enough to say, oh, mommy's chill with this, and bring her in. I want to have her as the third man in that relationship instead of trying to, you know, form her own and by breaking it. I don't think so. I think the father has a right to have a special bond with his daughter, and I don't think the mother went wrong. And she should just leverage on the special father and daughter relationship, which I love, you know, and promote it, encourage them, and they would naturally drag her along. I think.
Fantastic. They will naturally drag. I just hope she's listening, because she was very worried. She came and then she was complaining. My daughter doesn't have this bond you have with your daughter. But I built that bond with my daughter.
It's not a one-day thing.
It wasn't a one-day thing. Absolutely. Just like she said, I started this mother-daughter talk. I made her to know that she has to tell me everything. She's free to discuss anything with me. And then we became very close. You know, in fact, don't worry. You see the two of us, you think we're friends. Yeah, she's very grown now. Anyway, let's go on a short break. We will be right back to continue this discussion. It's WIC. Welcome back. It's WIC, Women in Conversation, and we're still here. I still have Edith in the house, and then Ayo Ali Balogun is still here. We were talking about the right time to discuss adult issues with your girl child. But anyway, everybody here has said their own how to handle it and how to go about it. I just hope you viewers out there listened and, you know, learned from these two women here. So we're going to be moving on, still on the girl child. Yes, a lot of people will say it's a boy child, not a child. The boy child is also molested, okay? It's not just the girl child, but it is very common with the girl child. We have seen very recently where we see 11-year-old girls being pregnant. You know, we see the pictures and videos everywhere, and it's beginning to become a thing of concern, you know. So that is why I chose for us to discuss this today. A boy child is also very, very molested, just like a female child. But let's move on to the girl child. Still on the girl child, dating. When is the right time for a girl child to start dating?
Right. Sorry. So before I go into that, permit me, I'm also very passionate about the boy child. The boy child, any child, male or female, is vulnerable.
Very, very.
And must be educated. You have, you know, boys child sodomized by older caregivers or people around. or also explored to adults
Yes.
things by the older female caregiver.
True,
So
true.
it is important whether you have a girl child or boy child to educate them on how to keep their private. So back on track. now.
Thank you for that. So back on track. When do you think is the right time for a girl child to start dating? We are concentrating on the girl child today. We
Right.
could bring in the boy child later on, but for the girl child, when is the right time for a girl child to start dating? Romantically.
Romantically. Now, so when you say dating, I found that in recent times that, so I think our generation would say dating is, immediately you're kissing, you're going to bed and all of that. But apparently, when you say dating, it's just you're going out for drinks, you're going out for movies. Then from the dating stage, you have the talking stage, and then so there are different stages according to the millennials and the Gen Zs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So now, for the girl child, any child, especially female, who is smart enough to get into the adult space, that is the university, is open
For dating.
to, it's open to and susceptible to things like that. Now, you can imagine a girl child, so this child goes to university at the age of 16 or 17. I think there was a law. I don't know if they reversed it now that the girl, you can't get into university in Nigeria until you're 17.
Yeah. That law just started last year, sometimes last
Two,
year.
3
yes.
years ago. 3 years ago.
Was it 2, 3
Yes,
years ago?
I think yes, maybe to 2024 or early 2025. So, but if a girl child is old enough to get into university, smart enough to get into university, and finds a guy that she finds, to be honest, all of us at some point when we were in secondary school had crush on one person or the other, So, but in the university, yeah, you can encourage because most, and from experience, I'll tell you that it's actually better for them to begin to have an open mind about having, healthy relationship, not amorous relationship with opposite sex, not that early. So when we say dating, are we talking about just going on, my friend is visiting me and the works? Yeah, I think 8, 16, as long as you're in the university, I'm cool with that. But even if you're in the secondary school and, they do the dating, but they won't call it dating, they call it hangout. So we need to define clearly what we mean by dating.
And that is why I said dating romantically, not the hangouts. It's not even hangouts. We hear children say, I'm going for a sleepover in my friend's house.
Oh.
Yes, a sleepover. So we're going to be touching the sleepover thing because I have a friend that has a particular issue about her daughter going for a sleepover. She also came to report that case to me. But let's go to you, Edith. Let's talk about the dating before we go to the sleepover.
To me, I won't say there's a particular age frame for dating. But like she rightly said, when a girl child is smart enough to be in the university, I think she's open for anything that comes to dating. Because in the university, you have mixed people, you have people, you have people that you crush on, that crush on you. And I think at that stage, you can express yourself. And another guy also is bold enough to express themselves, unlike when they were in the secondary school. At this stage, they are very expressional and you are open for that. Then you should prepare your child, your daughter, ahead of this stage. Although they should also prepare their mind ahead of it that, okay, now you, my daughter, you are going to the university. Mind you, are going to come across, Peter, you're going to come across some men that will admire you. Admiring you doesn't mean they want to take you to bed. You can associate. You can date anybody, but not the romantic part of it. You understand?
Yes.
Not going to bed. Then while dating, communication, like you said, stage by stage, communication, going out for lunch, for dinner, at times you party. It's an agreement. From the beginning of that dating, you spell out what you want. You understand? We want to just be friends. I love you and I like you. let's be friends until I get to
Don't
20.
you think? Don't you think that word love is heavy for just being friends? I mean,
No. It can't be heavy. You can love somebody and still respect that person's opinion.
No, but that's actually what love is. Love
Yeah.
is respect.
So I love you and I want to date you. You can accept to date the person. I'm not going to bed. I'm not romantically entangled.
And that's where...
Are you getting it? Then you can be there for each other. You can have lunch together. You can go to party together. And you can still remain clean. Until the time that appointed time that you said, okay, you can just reach an agreement like, I want to be 20. I want to get to 21. I want to do it when I'm a graduate.
Okay. We'll
So
come to that. Yes. Let's go to you.
It brings us back to those adult education you've been giving your child.
Thank you.
So it's cumulative. Now you now see how successful you can measure your performance by how your girl child responds to all of this. Now she has a freedom. Has she all of a sudden forgotten all the education you have given her over the years? And that is where you also don't sit back or rest on your oars as a mother. You still go on, Let the girl child be open to, exploring.
But you know that in this Gen Z age, they are actually very different, okay? Back when they get to school, all the children are coming from different homes, different upbringings, different background. What you told your daughter is not what I probably would have told my daughter. Do you know there's some parents, there's some mothers who would say, if you meet a senator, that will spoil you. Go ahead to do that.
Oh, you have parents that can encourage their children to do all sorts.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I've
So how
friends.
do you maintain that that's good upbringing, that's good conversation you have had with your daughter before going to the uni? How do you continue to maintain that so she doesn't get to be lured by a child coming from a different background?
Constant talking. I would say, like she said, you don't relax. Like you've done your part, and the rest is there, left for her to decide. You still keep talking. Keep still talking, and once in a while, talk to her, call her. You can bump into her. I like to do that once in a while. Just go to school unannounced, and you know where your child is. Like all the teaching all along, she has to put them to practice. If you have been teaching her from the age of 9, 10, and now she's free. There are some children that are free. When they see freedom, it look as if you'll be caging them. They'll just go haywire. But there are some children, even when they have that freedom, they will still be able to maintain that, character that they brought from the house. Like, okay, this is what my mom said I shouldn't do. I shouldn't be found in this company. I shouldn't be found in this company. But mind you, evil communication corrupts good manners. It does happen. It does.
So that's what I'm saying.
Kids,
how do you curb that?
Even when you divide all the home training, all the training that you think you should give your child or your daughter, when they go out there, they do something else. Some children are actually two-faced. I'm sorry to say, some children are two-faced. They come home, they are very innocent. They are very innocent. They are very decent. They are very calm and reserved. If you see them out there, if you have a picture of how your daughter behaved out there, you will be able to...
Let's take it from Edith saying some children are two-faced. How do you identify a child that is two-faced?
So, by and large, all of these things, the adult talks you have with your child, it's not just the adult talk you have with your child. You have other talks too. What is your value as a woman? Are you able to communicate your value as a woman to your husband, to your daughter, to your son? What is the value as a family? These are the things that you have to build over time. This family should be known to be a family of peace and integrity, accountability. It's not a function of somebody knocks and, who is that? Tell them I'm not in the house. Tell them I'm not in the house. It's the landlord has come to go there. Your child will learn not just by what you say, but by what you do. So when they now have the freedom, because over the years you have exemplified true leadership, the type of leadership that you would want to see in your child. Parents get asked, would you want your child to act the way you have acted in certain situations?
Oh, okay.
They keep mute.
They keep mute. So it borders on values.
Okay. We are going to be rounding off this episode. Just 1 minute, one word, not 1 minute, one word to mothers out there.
Train up a child in a way that he will grow. That when he grows, he will not depart from it.
Ayo.
As a mother and as a caregiver, love. And be free to express love. Let I love you not be a once in a while thing. You may not have the opportunity tomorrow to say I love you.
Wow. Whew, we've come to the end of this episode. Actually, Edith said train up a child properly. Let me, brief it there. And Ayo says love. Learn how to love and let the love not be a one-day thing. Continuously. That's what he wants there. Keep telling your daughter, I love you. Even your boy child, I love you at every minute. Anyway, it's been an amazing time out with these women. Thank you so much, Edith, for coming. And thank you, Ayo, for being here today. And it is a wrap here from us here on WIC. We'll see you next time.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Akatappo masquerade in display during one of the traditional functions in Anambra State to the delight of people in the community and create fun for excitement. Akatappo masquerade originated from the Igbo culture area of southeast Nigeria, with strong native traditions and importance in Anambra State. It is performed during important cultural festivals such as Iri-Ji, New Yam Festival, and other traditional events in Isofia in Anambra State. Akpo masquerade is known as very active, sometimes wild or energy masquerade, due to its high energy and unpredictable movements. It usually requires strong handlers to manage it, sometimes with a rope tied around the waist to control its movements. Note, it is often regarded as a representation of deity that honor the community appearing during the cultural celebration.
ịbalụkwụ nwaanyị mụ tiri egwu imerụ wedin mụ tiri gị egwu Chumasin happy Sunday.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say niwa. Ere na ya fere bahabe uza no gbera. Magwa ka ehun. Mana terun wa dole wo na yi. Salubano la o ma ya fe na niru na ma la o da o wo wa ri ma o we ewo idun ni ma ye ewo ni ma na niru eni ma niru ge no Salubala no ge ase ni ma ya fe ko ba to pe se eni wa de na ma la ma agwa kan ihe wo ihe bi ha kinewo wo kine owa ni ma ye ihe sọba na egihe mu maria iru ni manano ya na ogbo egwa ye be na de na ore wa go teme Victor Bizugbe
de na wo wa de na wo zo mu wa ya bi total Africa pa ti wo wa ni wa gbe okuto ni wa dan he eri na kan gwa hu da na tere ma ahinu na eri re were awon ero we ya awe mi we ya lode oba atope
ise ore wa teme pastor Hunamuri
ibi edunogu me wa bi ni he kai fún ibo sa ba go yaro wa bi dan ho o sa bo agi ma mi okun yen be gbe o ise oba atope
ise ihe me o sa bo sa je no ye o no ri edo ba yo ko ore do ya fe na be o ka gbo ri ya fe me le ge tu wa ya o sa ba no la no mo ku yen ri ne edo ya fe oba atope ise e tan ni ga ihe ibi no ki imae oni ebote course ema na tie no bio na tie newo na guve o na tamo ya tie yo benuwe na wo we ni wo na ya tie yo ihe ni ohia ni ihe dole ni yi so pa we ke ni na dole ni yi muda wo emu he yi ni no ma ye yo boka ohajo ma ri rai ohajo wa mu odo le yi won ere
akabo
kini na dole yi ni we ya ri we ni no nya mo na ri won ihe ni ogbo wa ni ni wa otewe Victor Bizugbe ihe oye no manora na tie ye wo no
ihe na tie ye wo ugbe won ne ban na we ihe agbada no mo nvano o ga gbe obo na o gbe obo no pa so pa ihe no mo ye gbe vio ihe keke be bo o pa yan kin ti an ju fi kian emi ga sono ma uti hen yo waru da gu ti hen ye mi no ya pris no mi ya ye mi we emi ni o bo mo abe he ero emi no ogwe ukaka boy bodai ihe o wa nwe na no bun ma mi we ewo no ma hen ewi na ye no de o na dagmen do won no roto temi na ati hen yo o gwa ma na hen o na ye no uligi aro to tonu na ati hen yo ewo na ayeke ihe abi mulajan we e won no we na we na ga hien na ga hi usi na ga temu ni giro to ason ya ro afan ya ro do wo bi ama se ti awe amu yo ma be obo ati hen yo e ba ni hen na so agbo ma dole mi iyi so pon awon no we na ga gien agi vio emi nu we u ne abebi kunuru we ugo re no usi egburuwa ayamu here okeki oho ema ihe ni are ologo owo ago mi oyi ni aye temtem ni awulo popo hu ni ihe na tie me hin awo ro ya ra na ya ko kin ani ogbin ani
o si
oba to pe
ise ma yibu wedi o te pastor ihe me we zebe omo Salubua ebi no mu we ya gwani ihe no na te Bible ihe no so ero gbesonia a record I view gunda dia be we e Bible wa fe o ye fe ba pe ya gi ogbeso muda edigun opa we e Bible ihe no e Bible no ote
domono wa talk me edono pe wo won tare magwa kana no da e ma na o ihe ke we oriaki na mie iriaki na mie bi ihe ke oho na tie repercussion no ye olowoma no le lo kohia no da wa nyise afia gbele lehia wa ho iyen le lehia e be no salo bana ka bu we bi no wa we iyen ye yoto aro ke bu we zokba eri afia gbe we roto afia gbe ke biye we zokba wa we miye umiye wa we mierun ebi afia gbe u be mi afia gbe bere ri mataba be bi no wa o salo bo ayagbona je onwe iye ilele ya fe no na te 10 commandment no ile ogi gbe ni no ro iye oga okike thou shall not kill ugagi kill ne oni uriye abiye okike ema we no ti meka eba no highway eni na ko aro ayiso emi wa akoro ema yo bo ma ko aro wa kini ete egbo ma odeno do zori egbo ma wa lelu obo ni oyiwe na ge benu ta eba ge no tolo ma gbe
not irepe
wa fi ewugbo una finri eso wo mana kan ya tun mu won irepe oreba obi bome nyawe obo na ebe tolo we be bo yen mi sunu da we o sika muene eriye mi iyeki o eze po yin gbe fi we ken we won we tolo ano we ya tolo nu ya ewu egbe ya ne inwinare ne egbe ya tolo wa ne o wa ni iye ma eveil e ameve la ko wa wo yen ga so agripa aso be na irepe ya ba e ya gon saman ya egbe ne eriye mi yeki we ga wene mi ozetigari eniyan emo okeke ema nu da iye to si o ma koto iye oyo ma mita iye ogbo ma di ne yimi iye osiologo ma yo ma egbe dopa emi opa no gire egbe iye e ma ni bunro emi we lagbera ni o ba ge mi iye no unda sa opa je mi fe newe ewe ugawe urai uriene ewona ugawe uriene be no be aye we be no wa egene ke na gbotion ebe ye na bom egboa ona wo mo pa ma derin unda era ro wa yero wa ye gi kia o salo wo dua no dege ni ro pa mari egbe la na ona tie egege eke ogi gba odu ona we ha ona wo ye no sa oba tie we ona we mo ni akinu wo we mi ya ona wo tun wo no pe na tie ebe ogun yo maka gba o ebe yo maka be ri e o boje o e dado okin oge iyen ne ogbogbo eri ebe iyen no ge oso won na we ya boy ka be lodo pa ona we wa we we ma me ni we ona wo ma iye we ni ka ma na we iye enu baba iye de nu aduza ona we esagion tun enu to mi ovie buye ga de ne ona we gin ta ma wona we ebe wa khiyan ona we nda ebe akporu edi lo wa ona we iye ro e dagbon ne no ri mi o kan afiru gbegbo e kan owa ube la ma wa ma be la wo wa wo sa me no ma won ma be nwa me no ko bo were ona ti ona de ne aba we gbe mi ade ke to afie de ne na unda ori yen ne o sa no go do ati yen wa gbo ma u ya ya zigo u gbe emufua u gbe emufi eze o we ga o ga ma mi no dere we iye ni de o ga logo ma ni emi ese ezo oba atokpe
ise anyway wa da matana wa ni gbama wa da matana wano gbera gbiye wadana matana u vara ko o yue akara ni yue abio u gbo wani awono gbo wa we wa u ya ari azen igo u make na fe u make na bowa u make na hin moto ihe ni hi o wa no nya mi nu we ya ri o be tin enwe ihe ma won ebedo awe bo ya ro awe body na ya meti ya bege na yo amu wa we aya tie bo na yo we no fi aye okwa he isago eya bo ya fe ni redo ima awe body no me ke na no yo amu wa no so kwa no wo ko we nu mana ze da ya we bo una tie keka tie ni ọsọwani egbe ihe ni ọsọwani ọsọ egbe ihe ọmụmiria ihe ọma egenede benmawe una gbuhu ogede mu yoto o ze ka yebe umunya ekeni ni weze yo ni ihe no ọma we na se wona mo wede ni ihe ni gbe okike po ke wu so pa na ye na ihe ile loweke oweke aru ihe no o even weta una tie no wa ọma na wo ko dawe ihe ni o le le se kinu riase ihe ni wa ima ho na mi gbeso we e ma ni gba ori ma ni age tie ni ma wa mi na ye na ni ya zere we bene oba ma ye ni awe ejon we awe awo kayele ta yin afi he so pa kayele so yin tie kwaro awo wo ni ni efe yo ni efe bu veni inu aru odo fie wori ye la toma gwebo tele yi awe no bion we wo pa ihin to ori ye fi epo ben we we hin ma se we no ma ko se de ye gba o ma da ro ba o ma da ro wo we o la toma we o wa vi osisi ai agun ahon ai mi ai ko kule akwa webo so po we we wo ni o we bo ya ye ekere ni ga vi ese ebobo wede ebode na aduwa edolo pe o da we emi ni hehin oyin mata na we enma no mari he o tan bisugbe ihe
ma me na wa gwa na ihe na wa ha na asubo ye gbe ihe oyere no ha mo ma gbe ye fi igbera wu nebuche SSS o da we yinu we huda e ma so wa re wo o wi atuba gbebo mu eyeli we ni ari uto ya atubero ma mu ogbe ori wa o ga kian so pon be ni amana ra we ya mana du oyi huda we etigu we ara mewe ya ma we ropo na gbin abere o gbe na ba ya ogi asin de mi he ya sin ka ni gbin ya ti he mara gele we na ni mari o ya yi na o ya ti he yo mami ihe ona be mu eyo we negi o ma iwe eri gbera ekenu pe ise o to na we 50 by 100 we wo pa wa o ma be ro wa u ya mu 100 by 100 or 150 u ya mu no nya nu we fi obo yi ni e se ti go esin hu digo ego ebi no kan ya ki eke ori ori he o ti he no ori oni no kan abe ho no gwa lo an o abe mi ku ni e kan si eyo wa we ga ri ti ogwa lo mi ami e wo won gbege awe no de o e po yo kokko ni kuluku gbodo akun egbemu okun egbemu nu we ihe ni oro yo egbene o ga fe pe yen do kin o kan du adowe ya ere o ma na te o le pe awe ye ti ladan wo wa hu da be ku no ru ihe o yo egbene o ma ko ma no we mi no ma ai be okeka we be no aye awe me ne ga ya bo won adowe na yimia ara yimia abe se ti be ki he wuri egbe ba edo yimia yo ne bowe no le be no nwa we u ya confess why make a confessional statement ya mi eko masalobua osalobua yabo we eri obe ye o ma no we ni ihe na oyo wa ne la egbe ne ona do mi eko ona ki egwuri egbe bo awe se ha o we fo egbere hu do ni o ke ni ma yo bo wo we ya le ni he ma ke ni ma de ye gbegbe hu da e na ye gbevio igbano e le gbewi o ma ko wa no ga we sarieti ni o ma wu ya ri awo o wu ya dole wo yi etinari enu we ni we na ya dole wo yi ihe wa esike edugboru we ye ara owo mo na wa be mi ku una fi aito una ari ya webo e we ri ropa so pon o wa ni na fi gbogbo yi do ne ra o na samo go ba meze awe ho kekan we yan gbe igun ma o gbe kekan ihe ka anọ egbe ọba atọ pere
ihe magwaka ni wa when oda hi mana we fiobo you gbido uri enye so na owu e uri ege owu we mu la wa uduro mu ya no wa no nya na aso a ya ri amani wa we everybody uda ihe ofian utome ọ̀nà ti sọ mí pí yẹ à gbèsò wọn wọ ọwọ́ kígbésí yẹ à gbèsò ẹ̀wọ̀n ìmàlìbú yẹn wà á pa máka wíwé yẹn gbélé yẹn o bọ́tí ní ìbú wọ́ yẹn fi ọbọ̀ yìí dò ìyàwó ìrìnà má kéèké ẹ̀ẹ́dùn náà ìyẹ ìrìnà èmi hìn ẹ̀yà náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀ níwọ̀n ẹ̀rẹ̀gẹ̀nẹ́dẹ̀ ká sùnú yọ̀ fíà sùnú yọ̀ fà ẹ̀ bá sùnú yẹ̀ bọ̀ níbú tí ẹ yára mú ẹ námi ẹwẹ ọmọ máa rò họ wà gẹ́lẹ́ ya tí ẹ ní yèmí ọmọ náà wé mi ní ìyẹn náà fẹ́ wọ́n wárọ̀ lórí mà náà dò máa rí okò ayàbí yẹn wọ́n ní ìmàlìwé mẹ́ àwòrán mẹ́yà ó fi yẹn gbèsò ọwọ́ kò náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ọ̀fẹ́ owó ẹ̀yọ̀ ha ọwọ́ yẹn má fi owó ẹ̀yọ̀ ha ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀dọ̀ fi yẹn ẹ̀sọ̀ wọ ẹ̀yẹn gẹ́lẹ́ fi owó ẹ̀yọ̀ ha àbìdò wẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ra mi wẹ̀ èmi ni máa ọmọ wa ẹ̀ fúndà ọmọ ìnùbẹ̀ yìí ládìá ilé náà wà àánú kò wẹ ọ̀rẹ́ àwà àhó ni ọ̀rọ̀ àwà ìyẹn náà ni wọn ẹ̀ ẹ̀mí ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀ wẹ́ tó bú ọ náà wò kọ́ àfihàn ọ̀nà fi wẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà fi hàn tọ́ mẹ́ nẹ́gìn àbá rẹ̀ dàgbé ya ìyẹn ẹ̀ máa ẹ̀rìn náà sí kẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀rìn náà sí kẹgbẹ́ sọpá òbọ̀ rẹ̀ ní káàtà sí ihe ọ̀dọ̀ lè ní yí ẹgbẹ́ ní rí à ẹgbẹ́ mo rí à wẹ ẹwẹ ọ̀rọ̀ náà wẹ̀ náà rèmì náà wà dùn ààrẹ wẹ̀sọ́ rẹ̀ gẹ́nẹ́dẹ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ kòkò owó wa wà rú ẹ èmì náà rí à ọ̀kẹ́ pọ̀ lọ òtẹ́ ẹ̀ka ó wà azíbá ó wà dèkókò ó dèkùn ẹ̀wòtẹ́ ẹ̀ka àwà ẹ̀yìn náà iye sọ̀rọ̀ lọ àìrẹ̀rú ẹ̀ bá fà ọmọ ìmọ̀ sí ẹ̀ ní dáadé wòwério na ma me e mama ni o me no si e na na mi we iya ilu e ilele na te lo uhi awa ihe e lohi thou shall not kill thou shall not steal ye gbodo yi o bible ni tara ni wa ihe e no udadu hi ne dado ele bewo ke na le court ke na le wo wa ke na le awerima ke na ege baba hàn èmi nu na ema una we wọ́n ni ugbe na agbeyo ọ̀rọ̀ so pon ri yẹn ugu emi ame yẹn kini ma o so bo no mi ma fa no mi emo ni ma be afa wo te awa kini yẹn o tan e paso
domo onana e bone no wa iwe do wa mi na ya na de sino kan me yẹn ìyẹn mi nà wọ́n ká máa yẹn wíkí mi rà náà máa yẹn gbó zẹ́bù wọn agbọ̀n bí ẹ dó pàtàkì ní wẹ̀kí náà yé mi nà mẹ́ mọ́ àwẹ́kọ́ wọ́n ẹ wẹ èmi kémi náà àgbọ̀n náà nẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ ẹ̀rọ wà wẹ̀mí ẹ̀sì ẹ̀rọ wà wẹ̀mí dà ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀mí yẹn náà èso rọ̀ náà tiẹ̀ ọ̀sánwó do ayagbọ̀n ọ̀nà yẹ yùn wẹ̀ erun òun àfihàn gbé ọ̀nà bẹ jẹ́ ju wọ́n ìyẹn nuwe kenu nyime kó nyime nuwu nyi òkèkè ọ̀lẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ni wà nyi sẹ́ àfihàn gbé buwẹ́ dé wà bẹ nyọ́gẹ́ dán wọ́n tẹ ìyẹn ni ọ̀bẹ bọ́ wọn dé ọ̀sálọ́bọ̀ ata yìí ebi náà wọn àwìn yẹ yóò tọ̀ àrọ́ kẹ̀wù ọ̀wẹ̀ zọ́pá ìyẹn méjì yóò tọ̀ àfihàn gbé kẹ̀wì yẹn wẹ̀ zọ́pá nuda emi no ma ko oro iye soro na tie no ma wawe esoro na ya bo agbon to agbon oro ugawe uyegbe vio eso yiye ya bo ebo bene ri mata eba ai mo go we gbo ai wo go we ze ai wo go ge aba bi yeso iye no e me soro na mi go akun mi awona ya gwa lo to ara iwe na weto we mi yen ugbeso ko fi owe yiwa awe oweni ye ibie ehwomi a odo ehwomi nda oleba ene odo wo yawe ma wa na ni iye olawa ni ado awon mi wewewe ama eweri omo wa de feto pa emi wa sunu emi yon lawa ataye yo to ni aya rile owani aya rile eboni aya rile unwotagbon meno saloba rile unwotagbon na orile sonya unye ugawu bene ni matai bible no wa be oya yebo tai thou shall not ugawu iye le lo mani wa be we mi esi afian gbe le lo e be soro na o saloba wa afian gbe nu de ni esi ni ewu ye ga mi mi ko no ro emi o ko e mi yekin e ma afian gbe be kin da do bonu ri fie mi ge orewe iye na ya hwe iye nu we zese yi aya ebu edowe iwe re beta iye nu zese yi iye nu we ya hwe kwa aya ebu edowe oyo mana oyo we na ge o ma no re gbedia oji no ri gbedia awe na ede kotuwe we re se ba ave bu edebe yo we edowe na ave mu ezo na be gbe ori mari e ma we ta fan for ye ri gbedia ni ologo ma ni ye lele kian ede na iwa wewe aze yoyoyo ejoji kai we ofo kwa ya gbewa ede re agi mi won se na la ona zobo mi miye nunda okeke oho e ma
wese anyway na zobo bi kokoro ko ma edoro pe wa mi eyin ni buro ni he si yebo ologo wa ni he si yebo obo sense o ki ma zobo wo na mi we ihe osaba no eje mu eworia awano rebo uhinaji ya se gbabe ave politician ni se boyo oteso gebo iya ori we ni he se eminu we inu awuna won le lo je nu na tala won mu we iye ke aya re ma we nu wa re ma osaba roju wa ya ma supa aiwe lo de mata o ligi noro na emi e orusin na ye na ni bana iwa la gbogbo le mana uwa mi ni abi ode not odo awa ari owebe awa fi o si afio da e moni re owebe ni bidie ni emi no kin awa fi an lawo ayi tede mi esowo awuna mu go rakire ihe we ni we to bo no woni ibi weru ni so ihe ewe waru ni nori osi lade we na muwe yigo na hayo we no wani mara me no ruwe wa ge he ihe ni ki eni ya ki ni wa e bo na wa la wo abe o to se gbe waru so no ikose na wari no wari he we no waru no man na ne no
we na so dio webo yo gbe dio fi obo ye ogbedo o ven o keke are mu na be o ya mu na wa so a ori
ni anyway kan ya wese
do no pebu na la won aye me na we mi o we na teme ma no ma mi ori o ebuku na la wo re iye ma be gbe o se mi ame osuwu osu ipapa osi ologo ma yo wa na la na yo bi ma si emi ni bi ibi o hadori oja ebo keke oba atope
ise otame
ihe mi no ma ye gbe de gbe owe unu na ya ti he ye unu na ya ti mi ame ete unu na ti yari ba ye hu do ni ikepa na yin opa yin ku wa gi ma le ni he hu da were igban re bo ki le gbe wi o no le gbe mi ni ne o ga we o ga ko kieke o se ti ari e be de na akwe afi were no do ari pa egua de ma gbe iditoku itwe wahari be na me ho na itwe awe eboni re ikabetu itwe ma ni be igosa o atokpe
me anyway me twe agboya fe keniri ye kovia keniri yo kori on wo de ke ya fe osaraba wo no mu here no dade bo ya fe oba atokpe
Oh,
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and it is that program that gives you and I opportunity to talk about some of the trending issues in the country and how it affects us as citizens. So today we're going to be talking about the withdrawal of police personnel from very important personalities in the country and how it's going to be affecting us as individuals, or better still, how it's going to impact us as citizens. And then again, the debates on legalizing gun ownership. So let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say in regards to this topic. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Nigerian security architecture, I think it is a very, very wrong approach at this time. When you talk about developed countries and thinking of how police operate, the environments are not the same. First, we do not have good roads. That when you call for police in an emergency response, if it's like in the developed countries, you see police appearing within minutes. You hear of cases of assassinations in places like America. It's only a matter of days they will find the killers of those people. Those are not the situations in Nigeria. People kidnap people in their houses, people kill people on the way, they don't even know who the killers are. The only thing too that also makes some of these people not to be on the road is the simple reason that when they know that there are escorts following some VIPs and some people on the way, they know that it's possible that at some point they will see unexpected police presence. But when they now get to the point where they now say, no, they cannot go with police and then the road is free and all that, you are only inviting terror back to us. If I'm traveling on the way and I know I'm licensed to have a gun in my car, some other persons are coming, and maybe we run into hoodlums, and they know that out of these 20 cars, there's a likelihood that 15 to 16 have arms in them. That will also create that sense of security for the people that are involved. So I just think that it is, yes, the idea to say let's have police at different points is there, but the architecture and infrastructure to support such an idea, we don't have it yet. You don't have drones flying everywhere. If you are overseas, you press a button in your house, they know it is emergency. The police will come, condone of your area, and the people cannot even escape. The police right now, as they are, first, they are no vehicles, they are not well equipped, so how do you even do it? I think that the decision by Mr. President needs to be reviewed.
I see it as a right development based on this issue that the president has made concerning police should be withdrawn from notable personalities that are in our society. You discover that for the police to be able to combat insecurity, we have less police in the society. Most of all these notable personality, you just discover that one person will be having 10 police. 10 police. If one particular person is having a police, about 10 attached to him, and the common man has no security to be attached to him, he has no security to be attached to him, then what is the fate of the masses? But to my own take, with this direction, this step that the president has taken, that all police official, army and the officials should be withdrawn from notable personality, is a welcome development, so that these officers will be able to go to the city, go to the street, go to the rural area to be able to combat these bandits. Because if all this caliber of men, notable personality, are be giving policemen policemen are attached to them, it will not be a wake-up development. But if they withdraw them, everyone, all hands will not be on deck to fight insurgency, to fight bandits. But when these men are secured, they will feel less concerned about the masses. I believe that with this step that the president has taken is a very good step, so that security for lives and property concerning the common man will be appreciated. On these aspects, it has advantage and it also have disadvantage. It is good for people to have self-defense against this insecurity. But the other way around, when every man is given that license to get a gun or harm himself against attack, sometimes most people will not use it for self-protection, but rather they will begin to use it for destructive activities, like going into using it to embark on armed robbery and different. If somebody offends somebody, he can just bring out his gun and do killing. That is why it will not be encouraged. But the only advantage for the government is that let them employ more hands. Let them get more securities, people, recruit them, train them, tell them what to do, the rules and the don'ts that will govern their security apparatus. All these things should be put in place. Then, with more and being employed and well paid, I believe that with all this, they can be able to contain this insurgency and bandits in our country.
We all know that the constitutional role of the police is the protection of lives and property. And like the president has rightly stated, the protection of lives of Nigerians are very paramount. And like the VIPs are still part of the citizens that the police is constitutionally empowered to protect. But you also realize from where the president is coming from, these VIPs form more or less like less than 10% of the larger population of Nigerians. And in that light, he feels that more attention should be given to the masses, to the larger population of Nigeria who are now faced with the challenges of insecurity, while also trying to address the manpower need of the Nigerian police. So in that regard, I totally support that directives that all available manpower now should be channeled towards the protection of the majority of Nigerians outside the VIPs that took a chunk of that number. Looking at on the rights of Nigerians to own guns, I still believe that Nigeria is not yet ripe enough for such. Even countries where they have such policies, they are trying to go back. If you see what is going on in America now, they are even trying to look at gun rights laws to see how they can be reviewed. So it's not a policy that has worked or that has been sustained in even where it is currently in force. So for Nigeria, it is not just our only gun that will solve the problem of insecurity. I can tell you, with the kind of anger, with the kind of issues we have now, if Nigerians own guns, they will be using it to settle personal scores, not even the insecurities now. So that might not really solve the problem. I think solving the problem, we need to go into community policing, volunteer security, seeing how well we can domesticate security, make security the duty of everybody, not necessarily a centralized arm of government like you have the centralized police now. So with that, I believe we can substantially bring down, if not to a barest minimum, the current challenges we have now. So it's not really whether we carry guns or not that would solve it, no.
It is a very good thing that the president is actually looking at how he can, curb security by having a lot of, security personnel on ground. But, if you have to fight insecurity by creating another level of insecurity, that's a very big problem, all right? Yes, we know that the VIPs have a lot of this, security escort with them. But if you look at this person too, they are human beings. And, somebody who has that kind of, level of position requires some level of security, around him. So for me, I will not, totally say that it is okay to withdraw all the, security personnel from the VIP. No, I do not think that's the best way to go. Instead, I think they should look for a way to have more persons in the force, in the military, in the police, and every other security agencies that can help, in this insecurity. Because the VIP are human beings. The right to own a gun. I really do not think that Nigeria is matured for such a thing. Yes, we have that in some developed countries like America, but I do not, advise that such law should be put here in Nigeria, because a lot of persons are going to take advantage of this particular situation, and they use it to do other very, very malicious activities. So I do not believe that Nigeria is ripe for self-ownership of gun at this particular point in time.
Insecurity in Nigeria has eaten so deep into the life and well-being of Nigerians. Like in the area of business, it has affected us a lot. Like, for example, those our mothers who travel to village markets in this season of December, where they travel to buy plantain, yams, and others. We see many of them were unable to do this because of the insecurity. And that has also affected their own family, because they will not be able to provide for them because they were unable to do their business the way it ought to be. Like those of us in the real estate sectors, I think it affected us the more, because this is one of the most funny December I've ever experienced, whereby our brothers and sisters in diaspora, they are scared to return home to celebrate with us. And after they have saved this money, and they buy property at the end of the year, so that at least they will not count on one thing that they have achieved. But this time, many of them, they give up. Instead of coming to Edo State or Nigeria to buy property, you will hear them saying that they want to go to places like Singapore, places like Spain. They will tell you the money they will use to buy property in Abuja, like maybe 350 million, 150 million, 200 million, is enough for them to get property in Spain. And that property in Spain will give them high return of investment than the property in Nigeria. And another thing that affected those in diaspora and the VIPs, let me use that word, very important personalities in our country, is the new law that has been passed by the president, that police personnel should be withdrawn from this set of persons. And the current situation of insecurity in Nigeria, so these persons, they will not be free to come in, because it's as if them coming in, they have signed their death sentence because the security is a threat to them. And at the same time, the police personnel that would have been of assistance to them to guide them is being withdrawn. So it's just as if they want to jump into a hot fry pan. So these ones is what stopped them from not coming to Nigeria, and it affected our business a lot. So those persons we are all to care for, these things restrict us to do a lot for our loved ones. Because if you don't sell property to get money, so there's no way you are going to spend money. So if you check, though we are having traffic and all these around, but the truth is that the well-being, the lifestyle of these our citizens is being compromised, because insecurity has cost them a lot. If the guns is being legalized to every citizen, it's going to cause more havoc at this initial stage. So I believe instead of legalizing gun to individuals, let's recruit more local security personnel that understand this terrain of this environment, because a stranger will not know my community more than me. So if they empower these personnel, give them good sophisticated weapon that they can use to withstand these perpetrators, the criminals, it will be able to at least help us a lot. So owning a gun or legalizing gun to Nigerians, Africans, there's a way we think. Even some of the trained policemen that they are handling weapons, we see what happens after some of them have taken what they are not supposed to take. After when their adrenaline gets high, when they are angry, we see how they misuse the gun. So now legalizing gun for a trained person, a civilian, is going to cause more havoc and disaster to us. So I'm not in support of that.
While the opinions of our respondent varies, and some think that the statement by the president to withdraw police personnel from VIPs in the country in order to combat crime, some are also saying that it is not a welcome development. But in all of this, the security of citizens and properties should be a priority. That is what people are clamoring for, and it is something that should be done in order for lives and property of citizens to be secured and for security to be guaranteed. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojo de aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá tọ́jú ẹ̀, ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ọ̀dàyẹ àtọ́jú ẹ̀, ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning, tech lovers. Yes, you're tuning into Tech Today, that one program where we discuss everything, anything technology, where we'll break it down to you in simple terms and we'll let you understand what we're talking about when it comes to the world of technology. Yes, my name is Momo Lawal. You can call me Mr. Kankan and you'll be correct. Today, we'll be diving into something that is changing the way we live, the way we work, and the way we learn. We talk about it every day. It's called AI chatbots, artificial intelligence chatbots. Yes, from the popular ChatGPT to Google Gemini to several other chatbots that we have out there. These smart assistants are helping Gen Zs, they're helping the millennials, they're helping everybody to create content, helping them to, small businesses run efficiently and also making everyday life easier. But now the question goes, are they really helping the future or is this just a hype? Well, we're going to explore this today, and I have a guest today. He's I want to call him a tech guru, but then he's a back-end engineer, Alex Oche. Welcome to the program, brother.
Thank you for having me, Momo.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for joining us in the program. So, Alex, we're going to talk about this artificial intelligence chatbots, and but before we go into that, we're going to, talk about what is happening in the world of tech. We're going to share what we call the tech updates from the global perspective to what is happening here in Nigeria. Stay tuned for the next segment, which is called Tech Updates. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back to the program. Yes, it's still Tech Today. And going straight into the Tech Update segment, we have first globally that robots are now smarter at working with humans. That's what Fujitsu is saying. So Fujitsu has introduced a new technology that allows robots to understand and predict human movements when working in the same space. So what this just simply means now, before now, we all know robots just follow instructions. But with this new system, robots can now sense what a human worker is about to do and adjust their actions, like it's slowing down or if a person is moving, aside. So why this is important for us to know is that with this new technology, it makes the workplace safer. You don't see a robot walking into a wall or just, going because you say move, it just moves. It now knows when to stop and not when to keep going. It reduces accidents in factories and in industries. This also shows that robots are being designed now to assist humans and not to replace them, for popular opinion. And also this means that this future of work is a collaboration and not competition. Alex, this tech update about robots, we all know what robots are before, and now we're having them now doing things like assisting their, and not just following instructions, but now becoming an assistant. What do you think about this update, brother?
For me, I think it's amazing.
Okay.
The fact you have somebody who understands you, a boss who understands you, who can even think for you. So it's amazing. It's a good one where
it's a good one.
It makes you active. It gives you insights. It lets you know what's happening, what's going to happen, and what has happened. All this together, sourcing all these informations, and you have it at your fingertips. It's amazing.
Thereby making life easier. All right, next on the tech updates, we have global experts are warning about AI, that is artificial intelligence, becoming too powerful. So over 800 experts, tech leaders and public figures worldwide are calling for a pause on developing artificial intelligence systems that could surpass human intelligence. So what is happening right now is that AI is getting smarter very, very fast. I believe you all know. Because sometimes you think, before you think something is already even acting in that way, it even has sarcasm and all of that. Before people say AI could not have emotions, but now you'll be talking to your chatbot and it's even saying, come on, you're funny. And it's giving you all those emotions and you think you're interacting with a real human being. So experts now fear that if it becomes too powerful without proper rules, humans may struggle to control how it is being used. So AI already is affecting some jobs and then social media, and we see some fake news flying around, and is even affecting decision making. So what those 800 plus experts are saying is without regulation, proper regulation, it could be abused, and governments are being urged to act early. Alex, I think this is a wake-up call for governments and people around that use AI. So this update I think is a valid one and it's a good one.
It is, and it's here to stay for us to actually regulate the AI, know what it's about, and then make sure it doesn't go overboard.
Yes,
it's a good one.
Imagine AI. I think I watched a episode on a series one time when you see the name of the series is Love, Death and Robots. Okay, so this AI chatbot now started overdoing the work. It was supposed to be a cleaner, a vacuum cleaner, but now it now started being a smart vacuum cleaner and now started purging the house and purging the owner. So without regulations, we don't know where AI is going to go. So the message is very simple: AI progress must go hand in hand with safety and responsibility. Lastly, on the global tech updates, we have that McDonald's is using artificial intelligence to run its supply chain. So McDonald's has developed AI, artificial intelligence, to manage how food and supply move across its global outlets. So AI now helps McDonald's predict how much food customer will need, where it is needed, and when, so they don't overstock or run out. So this is something we should care about, and it's an update that we should know, because now it means that we'll have less food waste and faster services and lower costs, which can even help to stabilize prices. What do you imagine this, Alex, being brought into Nigeria here, and you see our food out? It seems you like food very well.
Exactly, my point. You know, if this is being brought to Nigeria space, you know, it will cut down a lot of wasteful resources.
I agree, bro.
Where you get to know how much it's being. But for example, you have to employ an accountant who has to know how much you need to manage. But with this source of AI, it gives you everything. You need this amount for today. We use X amount tomorrow. And then it's all wrapped up.
And people don't need to, there's no food wastage anymore.
Exactly. Cuts of labor, so many things.
It's cut out.
It's cut out.
AI is really helping the world. Now, going local now, the tech updates happening here in Nigeria. First, we have Nigeria's approved satellite internet companies. So Nigeria has approved satellite license for companies like Amazon's Project Cooper to provide internet services. So what this simply means is that instead of relying only on cable, that's fiber cables, optical cables and all of that, or network masts, internet can now be sent directly from satellites in space. We have one, like I think Starlink does that. So yeah, this means you have better internet in rural areas and remote areas that don't have masts that's up to that area.
Exactly.
You have support online. This can also support online education and also encourage remote jobs. And also, it can also boost Nigeria's digital economy. Alex, I think this is a welcoming one. This is a good tech update from Nigeria.
I really, really appreciate the Nigerian tech team. I really like the tech experts for actually bringing this around, because it's a good one. If this stays in our internet, you know how much we use the internet daily. You know our issues with our internet.
So people are streaming us right now within the internet.
Exactly. So you know how it is. Bringing the Starlink, and you know others will come in. It's a competition, and then we get it right.
Yeah, I agree. We'll get it right, and then we'll now bridge the gap of how people can access the internet. People in the rural areas especially can have these services right in their doorstep, because it's just to access the satellites. Next on the tech update locally, we have Nigeria takes action against abusive loan apps. So there are new regulations that have been introduced to control digital lending platforms, especially these loan apps that harass borrowers. So now, what this simply means is that loan apps can no longer shame users. They cannot send threats or contact families and friends aggressively over unpaid loans. So this is Alex, I don't think you. Have you ever experienced something like this before?
Not directly.
Okay. It will not be directly.
We're on the internet and we see what happens.
Okay.
People lashing out on people.
Yeah.
And now with all this AI, you see that it cannot just come in.
You see that they tell you that they call their friend to tell them that their friend is owing them money, blah, 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 use their name as collateral, which is just lies.
Family and friends.
And they now know that you borrowed money from a loan app.
We even heard at the time, one time, some loan app would take videos or pictures of some of their users
and start sharing
it online.
That's breach of privacy. Now, why is this very important for us as a tech hub business? Because this protects the user's dignity and privacy, like what Alex just shared. It also encourages fair lending practices, and also it builds trust in the Nigeria fintech space. It's a good one. I think it's a good one, and I'm enjoying this tech update. So technology, of course, should solve problems, not create new ones. Lastly, on the tech update segment, before we get into our topic of today, Nigeria pushes for a unified AI strategy. So the Nigerian Communications Minister has called for a national and African-wide plan on how AI should be developed and used, similar to what what they're calling out in the global scene. Yeah. So instead of scattered efforts around, Nigeria wants a clear roadmap on artificial intelligence. They want to know how it's being built, how it is being regulated and applied across different sectors. So, Alex, this is a talk a bit that I think we said similar thing globally, and now we're saying it now that the NCC is now,
putting it in Nigeria. I really want to thank the NCC for actually bringing this, or should I say foresight, for bringing this to Nigeria, trying to regulate how this goes.
Because we see a lot of things happen on social media nowadays. You don't even know what is real and what is fake nowadays. People just use it anyhow.
Nobody to regulate these things. If you see what you believe and you go and spread false rule, that's how it is. So we need to actually have these regulations to know once somebody who comes up with a fake AI information, it's out there. This is AI too. This is not real. This is AI.
Yeah. So yeah, like Alex is just saying, this will really help Nigeria startup, compete globally, and also prevents the misuse of AI. And also, I think it also positions Nigeria as a tech leader in Africa. So countries now without an AI plan risk, and they're falling behind in this global tech race. Now we're going to a short break, and we'll come into the topic of today, which is talking about artificial intelligence chatbots. We're going to tell you different chatbots and maybe just divert your mind away from the one you think you already know, and give you other options and tell you how you can work with them with your different businesses out there. Don't go nowhere. Still Tech Today on Independent Television. Welcome back to the program. It's Still Tech Today. Yes, we just introduced the topic properly, artificial intelligence chatbots. We know AI is no longer a future talk right now. It's currently in our phones. We use it every day in our businesses, and we use it in our classroom, anywhere, workplace, and all of that. So from different chatbots out there, we have the ChatGPT, to Google's Gemini, to Meta AI chatbots, and even different fintech companies, banks are also using different chatbots to make customer service easier. So this is becoming an everyday tool. And today on Tech Today, we are going to compare popular AI chatbots and how they work, and even why they matter to the Gen Zs, to the SMEs, and to everyday users out there. So Alex, I told you he's a backend engineer, I want to call him a tech guru. So Alex, which of these AI chatbots, which of them have you used before, and which of them do you currently use, and why?
So we all know the famous ChatGPT.
Of course, yes, man.
So I wouldn't say I used it, but my favorite is the Gemini AI.
Oh, why is it your favorite?
Because it brings out ideas into picture. I don't have to pay a videographer or a cinematographer or a video editor. All I need is give these prompts to this Gemini, work on it.
So you use it basically to bring ideas into picture.
Exactly. Whatever I write, whatever we talk about now, I go into it, create a prompt for it, and then I can bring that out.
So people that want to do flyers, people that want to just put things out there,
people who have businesses, I would actually want them to key into this Gemini. Yeah.
Gemini.
People who are into graphics, people who want to go deep into graphics, use key into Gemini. It gives you an idea. It's just like what we said earlier. When you create an idea, and this bot understands your idea and refurbishes for you, it gives you different options. And then you, on your own as human, you know how to weigh them. So that's one of the, that's my best for Gemini.
You know, I think I also like, I like using, if I don't use ChatGPT, obvious ChatGPT, I also use DeepSeek.
Yeah.
I use DeepSeek sometimes because when I really want to, except when it has to do with a lot of maybe engineering things, I want to maybe do some codings and I want to also create a small program, a small software just to, or maybe, you know, we have this automation nowadays. I like automating some of my things, you know. If this happens, then do this like this.
Yeah.
You know, I learned how to, from using, I was exploring DeepSeek, you know, asking questions, and I learned how to, you know, I can now apply for a job by just filling a Google form.
Sure.
Yeah. The prompt will just help me to just do that for me, and he will send an email to the recruiter for me, and he would send my CV tailored in that manner. He would send a cover letter tailored in that manner too, and it just makes life so easy. When you go back and see it, you'll be like, oh, good.
All you have to do is look over it.
So yeah, don't just sleep on ChatGPT all the time and thinking, that's all I know about using different chatbots. So AI chatbots, they are softwares that are trained to understand and respond like humans. Okay, so they help you with writing, they help you with researching, customer service, learning, and doing a lot of creativity. Just like Alex said, sharing that you can just make a prompt out there, and from that prompt you get a picture of what is just an image of what is saying. So now, why do you think these chatbots are booming? Why do you think people are now falling into this chatbot now?
So for me, I know one thing about the chatbot is it's an assistant.
But then people will argue that we have Google. Why don't they use Google searches anymore? They want to use AI chatbot.
And I will explain to you.
Okay.
I can go and upload any information on Google.
Okay.
But I cannot upload on ChatGPT. ChatGPT can go on Google and pick the best from Google. ChatGPT can go to, what's the other search engines? Bing and all.
Bing,
pick what I need because of the prompts I've given my bot, the AI. So for Copilot, I use Copilot as well.
Oh yeah.
So most times when I use Copilot, and I want to if it involves coding or anything, once you use Copilot on GitHub, it tells you, oh, this is the best solution. You can use this channel A or this channel B. You don't have to do with coding. All you do is look at what you're going to arrive at, and once you get to that point, you know. So one thing, if we rely solely on ChatGPTs or AIs, you cannot get your finished product.
Because I have a problem that I feel in the future, I'm scared that these AI chatbots, whether GPT and all of that, will not make humans think for themselves.
So if you see it that way, what you said is correct. But if you want to learn, you are the one giving the prompt to the AI. So you tailor the prompt to what you want. That's you working.
But yes, I'm saying that, for example, people will now become so lazy. They always go and tell them, draft a mail saying I'm not going to come to work tomorrow. The next 2 weeks, draft a mail saying I'm not going to come to work tomorrow. Same prompt, maybe just tweak a little bit, maybe say I'm sick today. But people may not learn to just know how to draft a mail in that. Now I can now know that I can tell myself, I can tell if this is an AI generated mail.
Obviously, we
or
should
if
know, because we're in the tech space, you should know that.
Yeah, I can
but
tell.
I know that for some other persons out there, they wouldn't know if this is
some persons, I think one time I got a mail where the person even forgot to remove what GPT said.
And all
yes, a refined version of this, and don't do that, please.
For the lazy ones, they will always be caught. But one thing I know about this, once you do this, you take your time and read what is given before you send it out. If you send the mail and say, oh, ChatGPT, help me send the mail to my manager, I'm not going to come today, I'm feeling sick. You still have the objective to read that mail and understand, tailor it to a way it suits your boss. Sometimes we tell chats, can you reply this as a human?
Yes. And do you know that it replies it, you now seem as if it's, no, I will tell you, don't be so AI-ish.
Thank you.
Be human, and it just gives you a different response, and then you say, wow.
So sometimes when it gives you this answer and you read it, you learn from it. But when people just copy and paste it, that's the issue you're talking about now.
So let's bring it to Gen Zs now, because I know they use it more than we do.
Sure.
Because some of us don't even want to go there, the millennials and all of that,
Yeah.
but they use it more than we do. Now, how can this help them? Many of them are still in university, help them with their homework. How would they help them? Because some persons want to just, while they're doing their studies, they want to also create content. So how do you think this can help them create content and even help them after leaving university for their career growth? And also, what are the warnings or the signs they need to avoid whilst using this ChatGPT, this chatbots?
First of all, I advise every Gen Z out there to see this AI chatbot or whatever, or this AI chatbot as a researching tool. Don't just sit and relax. This is my assistant that does everything. Yes, it's your assistant, but it does your research for you. It's part of the research process. You do this, you go and find out that, oh, this is what's happening, and then you come again and understand. For example, you said something about content creation. I want to create content about tech. I go to ChatGPT and ask, what's up? What's the update on tech? What's this? It gives me, I cannot just come and take whatever chat gives me. I go myself, I understand it. It's point of us reading it. We ought to read whatever chat gives us. And I will tell you, the chat is not always correct.
It's not always correct. And they won't tell, they put a disclaimer out there. That's what you have to know. I think prompt engineering is something that people need to know how to prompt, tailor your prompts to this particular thing you're looking out for, and don't be so generic. Yeah. Now let's move to the entrepreneurs, the SMEs. How would you think using this AI chatbot will help them in their business, assuming they are, they are for customer support or for the social media, managing social media, or they are, pushing their content out there or advertisements, and also helping them for maybe their business plan or proposals, or how do you think this AI chatbot?
I'll come from the customer experience side, customer service aspect, because it's very, very good tool for that.
Okay.
You have a business, you are not available 24/7, but with that bot set on your website, it answers your customers for you. It gives people, if Momo is into, let's say, Momo has this airline services.
Okay.
And Momo is traveling in Belgium now, and I want to book for a flight for myself. I reach out to Momo, and the bot would help me because of the prompt you've given your bot.
Yeah.
He sets my flight for me, gives me the exact prices, and then it makes it easy. That's for your business.
Yes.
Now, for, let's say, small customer success business, I don't want to start mentioning brands.
No,
let's say you have your business right now, and then your customers, there's a glitch somewhere. Your customers are furious online, texting, hi, this is not working, this is not working. The bot is there to help them know that. Though we know Nigerians, I will tell you, we are not patient with the bot. But once you arrange your bots in a way, it lets them know that this is the issue, and this is what you should do to troubleshoot.
Yeah.
So once you troubleshoot, your problem is half solved. You know what's happening. So that's why I feel for every business, there are different parts where this AI tool is very important.
Yeah.
If you don't use it for your graphics, use it for accounting, use it for different aspects.
Use it to plan your business, use it to even save money and save time. Use it for, like Alex said, customer service automation, just answering people. Even WhatsApp, use it for WhatsApp businesses to say, hi there, this is so-and-so business, I'm not available right now, leave this message. People now go further to even engage in, following up on that to say, okay, what do you want to buy? I want to purchase 3 bags of this and that, okay, how many quantity, where are you located? And it helps you, and it works 2/7. It's already there, so you don't have to be awake all the time to reply these messages. Now, let's talk about the risk, the ethics, and limitations that we'll have. People, talk about this privacy issue and all of that in AI. Okay. So, how are you using AI chatbots? So, let's talk about that. How do you think we can manage this privacy concerns, data privacy concerns, and the popular thoughts of that AI would replace humans and replace human thinking? Or the human's creativity per se.
That creativity part about us humans, AI can never take that away from us. I keep saying that because you give these instructions to the AI. The AI cannot work without any human. You prompt this AI. So if I want my AI to work for me this way, I tell him, I want you to be this for me. I want this result in this route. It does that for you. Then it brings out other options, more for you to choose.
Okay.
So I don't see AI. I see that for those who are weak and those who are lazy, let me use lazy, it might affect them.
Okay. But what about for data privacy concerns?
So now, when it comes to this data, I see it as a good one because with AI, I cannot share some of my data.
Okay. What kind of data are you not going to be able to share? Let's enlighten our viewers out there that what they shouldn't share on using these chatbots.
Anything that has to do with privacy, anything that has to do with your personal life, you don't tell ChatGPT, these are your hobbies, or this is who I am. You don't go and explain yourself. You don't give the chat your bio. Don't go and start telling your chat, oh, my name is this, I'm from this. That information is too much to give out.
But some persons may want to argue and say, they are telling that so that they can the AI response can be tailored exactly for them.
But that information is out there in the open now.
But you know, nothing out there can be secret. Even when you take a picture out there and say, I'm right here in Texas, or I'm right here in New Benin Market, it's already out there uploaded in the internet.
As soon as you post something and say, hi, I'm down here.
No matter even if you delete it.
It's still there.
It's still there.
Even on your phone. Even if you delete it on your phone, I can still get it on your phone.
But at least people should know that AI is a tool and it is not a master. So you control it. Don't let it control you.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, wrapping up on this interesting conversation, I want to ask you this question. Okay. Would you trust AI to run your business for you?
101%.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You would just trust AI to run a business for you?
I would give my AI my prompts, monitor it, and let it run it for me.
And you think it will want me mistake to do something you don't want?
It won't make, it would make mistakes, but one thing is I get to correct that and it doesn't happen again. Because once you set a prompt for an AI, I will take you to chat, customer service again, respond on this gambling, respond to this. It cannot make mistakes. AI cannot take an answer for something else to drop another thing.
Yeah, actually. So, well, there was a time I was in ChatGPT. He made a mistake about a particular figure when I was calculating, and I was like, "Why did you make this mistake?" And all of that. He said, "I'm sorry, I forgot. I thought you wrote it as this,
exactly.
and he explained why the mistake happened. And then I was like, "Don't do that again. Always cross-check, double-check before you give me a response." And he said, "Moving forward," and he stored it in my memory that I would like that. So, wrapping up on the program, for those who don't really use all these chatbots, what is your last word? What are your final words to tell them all about that have not used chatbot before, and maybe they are using only one particular chatbot and they don't use any of this that I just mentioned?
The world is evolving. I don't want any of you to be left out. We have to use these tools. These are meant for us. We started this thing started as little as text. Now the AI is everywhere. We have bots.
Yeah.
We need to use remotes to do things. Now it's just by saying your voice command and then things are moving. So how long would you wait? All we have to do right now is get along with this, join the band, use it and be beneficial, get productive with these things. Before you go and call someone and say, I want you to come and help me do this, the bot has done this for you. The AI tool is already ready at your beck and call. All you need is a phone, a smart internet, and then you are good. So for those of you out there, I don't want you to sleep on it. Go into this thing. Whatever issues you are having, ask your bot and see. It will give you an insight. Then from there, you can start solving your problem.
Thank you very much. I didn't want you to even stop giving that advice out there. Yes, it's been Tech Today. Thank you very much, Alex, for joining us on this program. Yes, I want to just end by saying that AI chatbots are not here to replace humans, but they are here to assist humans. So the real advantage out there is, like Alex shared, is knowing how to use them wisely. So whether you're a Gen Z, you're a business owner, or just curious about this, or just watching the program for the first time, AI is now part of your world. So, you know, those who understand AI today will lead tomorrow. So before we leave the studio, I want you to know that we do this also on radio on Monday by 8:30 p.m. till 9 p.m. Every Monday is on radio, 92.3 FM, Independent Radio. So thank you, Alex, once more for coming to the program. I really appreciate your time. Thank you. We'll be seeing more of you again.
Surely.
All right. So always know that in this world of artificial intelligence, in the world of technology, it's good to stay curious, stay connected, and stay very informed. Until next week, my name is Momo Lawal. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. Today we have a topic which is of vital importance. And the topic is simply Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Islamic ruling on intoxicants. What are the substances that constitute intoxicants? Inshallah, in the course of the program, the panelists will tell us. To take this vital topic this evening, I have with me in the studio Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Adi. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you.
Alhamdulillah. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Alamin Alao. Now let's go straight to the business of the day. We are looking at the topic Islamic ruling on intoxicants. So let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. What are the substances, what are the things that constitute intoxicants as far as this topic is concerned?
In the name of Allah, all praise belongs to Allah, and we ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The substances that constitute intoxicants is anything that can change the sense of reasoning of a person when they consume it. This is what is referred to as intoxicant in Islam, and we call it a muskirun. And the Prophet ﷺ said, every muskir, that is anything that intoxicates, is haram. Anything that intoxicates is haram. So whether it is alcohol or it is any of the substances that people consume, such as heroin, cocaine, cannabis, call them, name them, they are all under the classification of intoxicants, and they are prohibited in Islam. This is because of the Islamic objective to protect human mental health. That mental health is of paramount importance. When you have too many people who are sick in their head in a community, of course, you can be sure that everything will be in disarray in that community. So Islam considers mental health to be one of the very, very important part of the human system that needs to be protected. Now,
thank you very much. I'm coming to you now, Prof. Now, we have some who argue that it is not forbidden in the Quran. It's not entirely, completely forbidden in the Quran that you should take intoxicants. And some do refer to Quran chapter 4, verse 43, where Almighty Allah says that, oh, you believe, you not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Some will refer to Quran chapter 2, verse 219, where Almighty Allah says that when you talk of intoxicants, there are benefits in them and there are sins in them. But the sins outweigh their benefits. While we now have Quran chapter 5, verse 90, where Almighty Allah completely forbids or condemns the consumption of intoxicants. So can you please help the viewers to reconcile these three verses of the Quran?
You see, when Almighty Allah gives us an instruction in the Quran, sometimes it goes by way of telling us direct instruction, and there are some that pass through stages depending on the way the society is viewed. Of course, during the time of Prophet Muhammad, people were also they were indulging in the use of alcohol, intoxicants, and as such, as he was preaching to them, Almighty Allah now made it a kind of stage or stepwise instruction that gradually people were getting used to, people who had been used to the consumption of intoxicants. They were instructed when you want to pray, because just as he said, The moment you take any form of intoxicant, it changes your psyche. And if you look at the entire part of the body, the brain can be said to be the engine room of every being.
No.
The moment it is disturbed, automatically all the other parts and the value of such individual will be disturbed, including the people that live with such individual. That explains the reason why Almighty Allah calls our attention in many verses that whoever wants to worship him must have the psyche complete. The mentality of every human being must be complete, and that is where you can comprehend the nature of Almighty Allah. And as such,
yes, all right.
in order not to tamper with that, Almighty Allah says you should not take any form of intoxicant when you are about to pray. The second stage was that if you feel you are taking it for any pleasure, for anything, it could be an advantage to you, but the main evil, the main sins that you commit after taking it is worse and much more than the advantage that you feel you are taking from it. And the final one, which Almighty Allah said that if any act of intoxicant, divination, and arrow trade, all these are handworks of Shaitan. Desist from them if indeed you want to succeed both in this world and in the hereafter. And that one seals it, that whoever wants to succeed before fellow human being and before Almighty Allah on the day of accountability, such individual must get away from taking intoxicants, no matter how little it is.
Thank you very much. Yes, if you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic Islamic rulings on intoxicants. Islamic rulings on intoxicants. So those of you who try to argue that the Quran did not completely prohibit consumption of intoxicants, you've heard the explanation now, the exegesis of the Quran. The first verse revealed, you are told that do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Then they are just embrace Islam. And you know, in those days, during the Jahiliyyah period, they drink alcohol like water. So they embrace Islam, but they are still consuming alcohol. And those who now want to say Salah, God asks, if you want to pray, don't drink. Then some say, okay, I will not drink when I want to pray, but I will drink when I'm not about to pray. Then second verse also came, Quran 4:43, that there are benefits in them. And Quran chapter 2 verse 219, there are benefits in them, there are sins in them, but the sins outweigh the benefits. Why some stop consuming it? That, oh, since the sins outweigh the benefits, I will not consume them again. Before the final verse now came, we are now described it along with gambling, that the abominations devised by the devil, that will you not abstain from them? Abstain from them so that I can be successful. Now, Islamic rulings on intoxicants. What are the sins? What are the consequences of consuming intoxicants? Does it have anything to do? Is there any correlation between it and crime rate in the society? What other thing? Why do you think we are asked to abstain from intoxicants?
The verse of the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala stepwise and systematically prohibited intoxicant. As you mentioned, Allah said the benefits, you say you have some benefits in them, but then the disadvantage, the harm that you will suffer from consuming them is more than the advantages that you think you get from them. Obviously, the Prophet ﷺ said, as a way of, making it non-negotiable, to say you want to consume intoxicant. He said, Allah has not put the cure of any disease in that which He has prohibited. So that you cannot say that I am taking this alcohol, I'm taking this intoxicant because of my health. Some people say that they take intoxicant because they want to do away with their worries. When they are having issues with their wives or their families or in the office, they want to take intoxicant in order to throw them away from, the normal thinking, so that they don't feel the pain. But this is not a solution. In fact, medically, it is documented today that some of the stroke cases, consumption of intoxicant is becoming one of the risk factors in people that are having crises of stroke. Before you have stroke more in the elderly. Now you are now having stroke in middle adults. Because of what? Consumption of these intoxicants. It's a risk factor, as has been mentioned. Now, the Prophet Islam, still to make it, there is no way. He's saying that whatever intoxicates in little quantity, then it is, in large quantity, is prohibited in the smallest quantity. So that you cannot say, I can consume it. Then besides, if a person has become an addict of consuming intoxicants, the person risks his salah being accepted. So that it's not just about, it's me, it's my business, I consume it, it's not your business. In fact, the Prophet Islam says that the person who commits idolatry, that's one who worships other gods beside him. You know that the sin Allah does not forgive is the sin of associating partners with Allah. That the one who is going to be next to be condemned to the fire of hell on the day of judgment is somebody who became an addict of consumption of intoxicants. So that it is not something anyone should want to live with. If a person has it as a problem, maybe he has grown up with it from young age, it is something he can still fight, battle it, and see how you stop it. It is not only harmful to our health, it is a sin in the sight of Allah.
Thank you very much.
As you know too, that Allah does not allow you to take your life. Allah does not allow you to inflict harm on yourself. You are not allowed to injure yourself. So consumption of intoxicants is like killing the organs of your body system, and Allah does not allow that.
Thank you very much.
Now,
do not kill the organs of your body system. Do not commit suicide indirectly or gradually by consuming what is injurious to your health, what is injurious even to your mental health as well. Now, Prof, I'm coming to you again. For Bunyamin Aide, we have some people that are caused in respect of intoxicants, apart from the consumer itself. Can you please tell us some of them? So that people will not feel that, okay, it's only those who consume it.
Well, according to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he was reported to have said that there are 10 categories of people that are caused along with or in association with intoxicants. The consumer, the one that prepares it, the one that works there, the one that sits where it's being consumed, and the one that bought it for another person. The person that they sent to go and buy it for another person. The person that carries it, and also the people that sit down where intoxicants or intoxicants are being consumed. All these are the categories of persons that are caused along with intoxicants.
Alhamdulillah. You can see, in order for consumption of intoxicants to stop, in fact, if people are consuming intoxicants and you greet them, you are also caused. So if they greet you, do not answer them. Then the distillate itself, the intoxicant itself, is also caused. We have 10 categories of people who are caused. So if the carrier is conscious, the buyer is conscious, you will discover that it will be difficult to circulate intoxicants. Now, coming to you again, Ustaz Sani Abdulaziz. I was talking about relating consumption of intoxicants with crime, armed robbery, kidnapping, assassination. You can see the in the country. Now, do you feel some kill under the influence of intoxicants, or that's their nature? Correlation between intoxicants and crime rates?
Surely, the consumption of intoxicants is connected with the level at which people are ready to commit crimes. Yes. Fornication, for example, and adultery, are more like the twin sister with intoxicant. Hardly will you find anybody who is morally shameless that he will not consume, intoxicants. The same thing with those who go into armed robbery. Some of the people who go to the extent of taking the life of others, they need to be a little bit insane for them to be able to do that. They look for substances to consume to deaden their conscience so that they will not have the human feeling that, oh, this is a human being that I want to deal with. So there is a connection. Apart from crime rate, it's from the regulation in road safety that somebody who is under the influence of alcohol should not drive. Now, somebody who is under the influence of alcohol, to tell you how much it is so risky, can sleep with their mother. You know, you asking somebody that, okay, which of the sin is the one that you think is the greatest? To commit adultery, or to take intoxicant, or to murder. Alcohol consumption, intoxicant consumption is the greater of them. Why is it the greatest? The man who can stay away from committing adultery and can stay away from committing murder, by the time they consume intoxicant, they can do any of this. To the extent that one who is under the influence of intoxication can sleep with their mother, they can commit incest. They can go to any length because they are not in their senses. So how about you having for example, a medical doctor that wants to attend to a patient being under the influence of intoxicant? You have an engineer that wants to do the computation of what you need to be able to give you something that that's going to be durable, an edifice that will be solid, and is under the influence of intoxicant. Because some people just think that consumption of intoxicant is normal with life. It's a way of flexing. It's a way of maximizing your enjoyment of life. But it is not true. You are harming yourself. You are harming others. So this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited it. There is connection with between consumption of intoxicant and the crime rate in society, no doubt. Those you are calling bandits, those you are calling Boko Haram, many of them, they consume these substances. Now,
Prof, is there any punishment under the Sharia? And what is punishment under the Sharia for consumption of intoxicants? And then some of the students now take different substances. I'm happy you are a professor in the University of Benin. So you must have had some experience concerning what I'm talking about. Can you please advise the viewers and the students of the need to abstain from intoxicants?
Well, from Islamic point of view, if one is known to have taken any form of intoxicant, the person should be given 80 strokes of the cane. Yes. Now, aside that, for our youths today, generally, students and other people that belong to the category of those that we call youth, even the adults, everyone supposed to go away from any act of intoxicant. There are nowadays different forms. The ones that we are used to know are the normal alcohol, whether the brewed one or the local one we call kai kai, and the ones that they sniff, under which you have cocaine, you have heroin, and those that you also consume orally, under which you have, the ones that you smoke. Marijuana is one of them, and there are nowadays, you have sophisticated marijuana that they have laced with other chemicals in order to be more potent than the ordinary one. And people also use marijuana in order to cook rice or cook beans. And apart from that, some eat it raw. All these are various forms through which people consume them. And some go to the extent of taking some other drugs like codeine, which in the medical circle is used in order to cure heart cough. And people have abused it. They take it excessively, and it deadens the cells, it deadens the senses. And not only this, there are so many other ones that people take in one form or another. Some even go to the extent of mixing some of these drugs with yogurt. And after taking them, there is this one they call the
I mean, the tramadol, even there is another one more potent than tramadol, that after taking it, the person may be rolling inside the mud. The person will lose senses, and there are so many of them that people take. We have to go away from them, because the moment you take them, the individual becomes useless to himself and becomes a permanent problem to the entire society.
Thank you very much. Viewers, this is what we can take today on the program, Message of Islam. The topic discussed, Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Intoxicants include tramadol, codeine, marijuana, heroin, cocaine, whatever can affect your mental health is forbidden completely in Islam, and it's also sinful. When you have consumed them, you cannot approach your salat. And the punishment in Islam was even 40 strokes of the cane before it was increased to 80 strokes of the cane at the time of Umar bin al-Khattab. Close to 100 strokes of the cane, which is punishment for fornication. Thanks for coming, Professor Bunyamin Aide, and thanks for coming, Ustaz Sani Abdulafiz. And your uncle, Al-Ajj Alamin Alao, viewers abstain completely from intoxicants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Akatappo masquerade in display during one of the traditional functions in Anambra State to the delight of people in the community and create fun for excitement. Akatapo masquerade originated from the Igbo culture area of southeast Nigeria, with strong native traditions and importance in Anambra State. It is performed during important cultural festivals such as Iri-Ji, New Yam Festival, and other traditional events in Isofia in Anambra State. Agakpo masquerade is known as very active, sometimes wild or energy masquerade, due to its high energy and unpredictable movements. It usually requires strong handlers to manage it, sometimes with a rope tied around the waist to control its movements. Note, it is often regarded as a representation of deity that honor the community during the cultural celebration.
ezi ọkụm mgbe ịgbara ụkwụ nwaanyị mụ tiri egwu imerụ wedin mụ tiri gị egwu Chumazin Happy Sunday.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome all of my XTEM viewers. This is a new year, you know, the month is about to end, but our dreamers and doers, have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered, who am I really? And who could I become? What if I could just hit the refresh on my own life story? Well, today I will target Reinvent You on Flipside. On this show, we will do our best to move you from being stuck with the person you were yesterday. We're going to help you unlock your mindset shift. We're going to help you hack habits and make you dare to rewrite your own rules. So whether you're craving a career pivot or just a creative spark, or maybe you just want more joy in your daily grind, well, consider this your invitation to press play on your next chapter. If I were you, I'll just grab a book, open my mind, and turn my life around. This is not about New Year resolution. So today is going to be the most exciting project you will ever work on. let's begin. We're going to be having Susan Dari all the way from Lagos. She's a wellness coach and a nutritionist, and she's going to be joining us via Zoom and taking us through this journey on self-development and reinventing. And of course, I'm your host on Flipside today. I'm Daisy Leah Sikidi. It's been a while you saw me on this show, but don't worry, I'm here for you today. Hello, Suzanne. Are you with us now? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi. Happy New Year.
It's a pleasure to see you. Gosh, it's been a while. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to just go right into our conversation and reinventing self, becoming a better person. People have gone beyond New Year resolutions. There was a recent research from Google that said the most 90% of the searches that were done this first 2 weeks of January this year on Google was about how to make money online, how to start up a business, and how to live a healthier life. So as regards compared to what it was in 2024, where the major of searches were about New Year resolutions. So people are moving beyond all of these resolutions to reinventing self, becoming a better person. So is it important to rejig one's life from time to time? And what's the biggest myth about personal transformation that people need to stop believing this year? We'll start from there.
All right. So the first thing is realizing that you can actually reinvent your life at any point in time. There is no limit or there is no end to growth. There's no end to reinventing your life, picking yourself from wherever it is that you have found yourself. Because there are times where you make certain life decisions that sometimes puts you steps back. But the truth is you can reinvent your life. Now, people have this idea that when you get to a particular age, you can't do anything anymore. People have very funny ideologies about how that life is only good when you are in your prime or in that young part of your life. But the truth is, whether you are you are 25, whether you are 30, whether you are 35, whether you are 55, you can reinvent your life. Now, the year has started, the whole New Year goals thing, personal assessment, wanting to hit the things that you have written down. But the truth is this, whether you have it all figured out or not, you can reinvent your life. You can submit yourself to growth. And the truth is this, there is no end to this journey, except you are dead. As long as you are alive, you can pick up yourself from wherever. We have inventors in our world today who did the same thing at 55. You see, they invented this at 80, at 70, at 65. It's knowing that youthfulness, it's not an age thing. So whether you are 55, you can pick up yourself, you can do anything, you can become anything. The most important thing is that you will submit yourself to growth. You will submit yourself to the work of reinventing yourself. So wherever it is you are right now, in this new year, whether you are at the energy level you used to start the year, whatever, your dreams are valid, your goals are valid, growth is possible, but you have to be very intentional about seeing to it that you don't give yourself away, you don't give up. You don't tell yourself, oh, it's over, I'm done for. No, you tell yourself this is possible and you will submit yourself to the process. Thank you.
So the biggest myth is putting yourself in that box that you're too old, or the time is not right. I get that. Now, what's the most common obstacle people will face when they're trying to transform their life? And I would want you to also shed light on how they can overcome such obstacles.
Okay. Now, one of the biggest obstacles you're going to have is the obstacle of the mind. Now, let me tell you something. Your mind is the gateway to anything you're ever going to become in your life. If you feel like you are not in that space where you can achieve anything, see, even if we give you all the money in the world, people feel like money is what they need to transform their lives. But that's not true. If your mind doesn't align with where you are going to, what you want to become, even if we give you all the money in the world, you still will not achieve those things. So you have to change your pictures. You have to change the things that you see about yourself. You have to change the things that you say about yourself. You have to tell yourself that this is possible. So one obstacle you are going to face is your pictures, your vision, your mind. Those limiting thoughts, those self-sabotaging thoughts that tell you are too old for this. Oh, maybe you tried last year. One of the things you are going to face this year is the failure of last year goals that tells you that maybe you tried last year, you tried your best, but nothing came out of it. Maybe you even wrote 10 goals down, you only achieved 1. And then it becomes discouraging where you just tell yourself, this thing is not possible. Let me just rest. But you see, no matter what happened last year, a new year gives you another opportunity to start again. So every day you wake up, no matter the failure you saw yesterday or last year or last month or last week, you have the opportunity to start again. Because if you don't deal with those self-sabotaging beliefs, those self-sabotaging thoughts, those things that want to keep you captive, you will try and try and try. You won't achieve the things you have set for yourself. So you have to tell yourself, no matter where I am right now, it is possible. You need to change your mind, because if you don't change your pictures, money won't save you. Because people have that idea that I need capital, I need money, I need resources. But you see, you will shrink what you have to the degree of your thoughts. You will shrink what you have to the degree your mind can carry. So if your mind can carry those big pictures, if your mind can carry the things that you truly want to see, even if we give you all the resources, it will crash. It is why you see people who win lotteries. It just hit one jackpot of 10 million, 20 million. And in another 1 year, they are poor again. They are broke again. Because their pictures, their thoughts, can't carry what they have achieved. So even if we put you in a pool of money, if your thoughts and your mind and those beliefs about yourself doesn't change, nothing will happen. So one of the issues you're going to deal with this year is change your mind, change your thoughts. See yourself as you want to become. So this year, oh, I want to 10x my resources. Oh, I want to get this. I want to work in this kind of place. You need to carry yourself like someone who's going to work there. With the way you currently talk, with the way you currently walk, with the way you currently think, do you think you have the ability to become that person? If you keep thinking like this, if you keep talking like this, if you keep acting like this, so if you don't change your thoughts, change how you see yourself, change how you carry yourself, nothing will change.
All right, a very big thank you to you, Suzanne. We're still on this conversation, but we are going to go on a break right now. When we come back, we have several more questions to ask you, so please just stay with us. We'll be back. Now, welcome back. We're talking about reinventing yourself. We're talking about self-development on Flipside today. The month is about to end, but we still have 11 more months before we call 2026 a wrap. What are you going to look back on at the end of the year to say, okay, this was where I was when 2026 started, but this is where I am now. Now, that's what we're trying to help you do. We're going to help you rejig your life. Well, Susan Dari from Lagos, a wellness coach, a nutritionist, a life coach, and she's such an expert in the field, but somehow we were able to plead and drag her on board today to put us through this journey, and I'm so appreciative of the fact that she could be with us right now. So Susan, you have several clients. I have seen several of your works online and I see the comments. You have several clients, but how do you help some of these your clients identify their values, their core values? How do you help them align with their goals? How can we align with our goals?
Okay, so now it depends on what exactly you are looking at. It depends on what, so I'm going to streamline it down to health, for example. So for someone who needs to lose weight, for someone who needs to shred a little, sometimes these people don't even know the dangers of, they are being overweight. So my job is to show them that, see, losing weight is not aesthetics alone. Of course, there's the aesthetic part. When you lose weight, you look good, you look the part. But the truth is, it's the health implication of not losing weight. Your blood pressure will go up, your blood cholesterol will go up, your blood sugar will go up. You are going to be unfit, you're going to be unwell, you're going to have different health problems. So I present them what's not if they don't do what is required of them. Now, this also applies to everybody I get to talk to around life issues. Now, if you don't take on the journey to change your life, to reinvent yourself, to grow, you will put yourself in a self-sabotaging lane. You see, whether or not you admit or you want to say yes to it, you are getting old. I mean, we're growing old. This is 2026. There was a time where we should say in 10 years' time, or in 15 years' time. 15 years' time is where we are currently. And I tell you, we will wake up one morning, we are in 2030. Time is going and time is of essence. Time is all we have for the kind of change we want to see in our lives. So if you don't see it, that if I don't take on this journey to change my life, I'll be stuck with the old. Now, so the truth is this, the better part of you is on the other side of hard work. The better part of you is on the other side of discipline. The better part of you is on the other side of the work you are avoiding. And many times people don't commit to these things because of it. It's work. For example, I go to the gym every week. I know what it feels like to drag myself. My gym is not close to my house, but I have to go. I have to show up. The pain and the body pain, everything, because I know it's my health. You see, that's hard work. So you don't see me to say, Susan, you look good. I love how you look. It did not come by chance. The growth you seek, the progress you seek doesn't come by chance. It is on the other side of hard work. You have to commit yourself to the growth process. So if you don't see it as, my life depends on this, I need to make progress, I need to grow, I need to be better, I need to leave the level I am, you will not see what will happen if you give yourself to it. Why not tell yourself in 2026, I'm going to give myself 6 months. 6 months to turn my finances around. I'm going to give myself 6 months. 6 months to change my health. I'm going to give myself 6 months. 6 months to become a better person. You see, it doesn't happen by chance. You have to be intentional about that process, knowing that it will not fall on your lap. Growth is painful. Growth is boring. Growth is tiring. But you will commit to the process. That no matter what it takes, I want to grow. And you will give yourself to the discipline, you give yourself to the hard work, you give yourself to the night of reading, the night of studying, the courses you have to take, the people you have to meet, the conferences you have to go for, the classes you have to go for. The growth you seek is not going to fall on your lap. Oh, I want to be this person. Oh, I want to be that person. You have to commit to it. It's a who you will become now and in June. Is on the other side of hard work and discipline. So let me wrap. And that decision is yours to make. So if you want to become the person you say you want to be in June, you have to now give yourself to the work it requires.
Yeah. All right, that's so beautiful, and that's a lot. I feel spoken to, but I would also want you to give some tips before we go for a second break, some practical tips on how we can begin to set out those journeys and, start this personal transformation journey. We have made the decision now that within 6 months we're going to change our lives. We're going to eat healthier persons. We're going to weigh a certain kg. We're going to make a certain sum. We're going to start a channel. We're going to do this. We're going to go back to school. But what are some extra practical tips that we need beyond just being motivated to get this done, if you can share?
So number one is realizing that you will do everything required of you. It's not sweet. It's not interesting, because people, people sometimes want it easier, and it doesn't come easier, because you are in a world where you will have different distractions, you will have oppositions. Let's not talk about the people that we think, why do you think you should be here? People who think that you are not qualified for this. People will discourage you. You have to prepare your heart for the discouragement. Some people will discourage you. Some people will tell you, you too do jare. Must you do this one? Must you go to the gym? Must you get this one? Must you do that? There will be people who will discourage you. And those are the things you have to be ready to face. Face and fight discouragement. Face and fight opposition. Face and fight your own self. Because sometimes you are your own problem. You have all the excuses. You have to kill excuses. Because let me tell you this, you will always have good enough excuses to fail. Good enough excuses to not go to the gym, to not take up the class, to not go back to school. In fact, you have valid, and let me tell you something, there can be very valid reasons why it's not possible. It is you who will decide that no matter what is facing me, I want to achieve this. I want to become this person of value. I want to become this graduate. I want to write my book. I want to release my song. I want to release my channel. I want to start podcasts. You will find all the good enough excuse, all the limiting factors, all the obstacles. You have to tell yourself, you see, whether, what faith you should have in 2026. And I'm telling myself that is a faith that can stand alone. The phase where if everybody discourages you and say, you don't have the money, where will you start from? How will you do it? You will tell yourself, I will, I can, and I can do this. You can stand alone. Where everybody is standing against you, you see, if you have it easy, it means what your pictures look like is small. For your big dreams, there will be people who tell you that, what will you say? Where will you get the money from? How will you fund the education? How will you do it? You that your father does not have. They will give you reasons why you should fail. It is you who tell yourself, I can stand alone. This year, I must transform my life. This year, I must become this person I should be. This year, I want to be this. I want to be that. You will burn the midnight candle. Sometimes you have to use your own money to start out. You see, there are many things you will do in your life. People will meet you halfway. The investors will meet you halfway. The people who will help you will meet you halfway. It is you who will tell yourself, I must become this person. So fight all the obstacles, fight all the limiting factors, fight everything that will stand in your way, that by December 2026, you are an entirely different person. You see, your life can change in 1 year. I am a proponent, and I believe strongly that you can become an entirely different person, stronger, better, more equipped, more intelligent, more richer. You can be everything you have envisioned and dreamed in 1 year. All it takes is you telling yourself, I will give myself to the process of growth. That change is possible. Trust me, it is.
On the show, you need to believe in yourself, and then you begin to make the steps, the necessary sacrifice that is needed to achieve that goal. Nothing good comes free. Nothing good comes easy. So are you ready to pay the price? All right. Well, if you're not ready to pay the price, this conversation is not for you. But for those who are tired of where they are, those who are feeling stuck, who want to leave a particular level they've been in a long time. Those who have not attained the level they desire, and they're like, okay, I did say in this year to this year I'll be here, and they're not there. This conversation is for people like that are ready to take a leap from where they are to where they should be. But we're going to go on a break on Flip Side. We will be back shortly, so stay tuned. All right, thank you so much. The program you're watching is Flip Side, the other side of the news. So it's no longer news that this is a new year, but what is out at the back of the Happy New Year is what you make of the new year. And we're just doing our part on the show to ensure that you set the right goals and you achieve those goals that you set for yourself this year. I have a guest on the show today, and her name is Susan Dari, and she's a nutritionist, a wellness coach, a life coach, and also she's one of the biggest podcasters out there. She's always on social media live giving talks, and I think she even has one of those coming up on Instagram at 8 p.m. to talk about juices and snacks, you know, how to make healthy snacks and healthy juices, just coming right up. But for this conversation today, we're focusing on personal improvement and reinventing. All right, we've talked about a lot of things, a lot of aspects of it, but at this time, Susan Dari, I want you to help us, because there are times where you're trying to do better for yourself and it seems like everything has stalled. You've hit a plateau. You're no longer advancing beyond where you are. Or some other times you just meet some sort of challenge, stumbling block that seems like it's taking you back. You've gotten 10 steps ahead and it's like you're taking 5 more backwards. You know, when you get there, it can be very discouraging. So how would you advise people to handle setbacks or even failures on their transformation journeys? That's my question.
All right. So one of the things, you know, I think I said at the one of those questions that one of the things you're going to face is discouragement, you know, where it looks like it's boring, it's slow, you know, sometimes you put in for stuff, it doesn't work. Sometimes you encounter those kind of situations where it feels like you are taking steps backwards, or it looks like what you put out for did not work. You know, those things can happen. But one thing I'm going to tell you is this: don't be discouraged. Don't give up. You see, I was reading something somewhere about someone who tried out an experiment 999 times. Do you know what that means? In fact, 5 times gone, we're already tired. Someone tried something for 999 times. It failed. It was at the 1000th time it worked. And today we are enjoying the fruit of someone's not giving spirit, not giving up spirit, someone's resilience. You see, in this world, if you're going to amount to much, if you're going to achieve the things you want to achieve, if you're going to become the things you want, you have set your heart to become, then you have to have that spirit of resilience, where no matter what you face, no matter how bad it becomes, no matter how it looks like, you will not give up. You will not quit. You will keep trying and trying until you get it. So that jam that you wrote last year that you failed, you have to apply again. You have to go back. You have to apply again. You applied for your visa to leave the country because you wanted to further your studies. Oh, I tried before, it failed. You will go back. Everything that you failed out at, you will go back. You will try again and again until it works, because it will work. It will work because you did not give up. There are many people tomorrow who will be grateful for your resilience. So there are times you're going to hit a plateau. You tried weight loss. You lost 10 kg, you gain 13. Your moves just got messed up. You will go back to that gym. You will sign up again and you will do it again. You see, you have to have that spirit that will always bounce back. No matter how bad it goes, no matter how it goes, you will tell yourself, I will not quit. I will not give up. You will go over and over again until it works. That is where you see the progress. Do not be discouraged. Go back again. Try again. Do it again until it works. Yeah.
Beautiful. All right, now let's talk about accountability. Now, what is the importance of accountability in personal transformation, and how can people build it into their journey?
All right. So in your journey, you will need people that will hold you accountable. You need accountability partners. You need mentors. You know, one of the things I would advise is when you are starting out a thing, go and have conversations with people who had it work. Now, you don't want to be in that place where you are talking. So this is the problem. You want to build a duplex. You don't talk to someone who has a hut or who has a bungalow. What you want to do, he has not attempted it. So most likely he may tell you, well, this thing you want to do is too much or it's too big or do you have the money? You understand? When you want to build a duplex, you talk to people who have built a skyscraper. You talk to people whose mind are stretched. You need 5 million for your business. You can't be talking to someone who has not made 100,000. Your mental frequency is not the same. So when it comes to accountability, you have to talk to someone who has gone through that road and has succeeded. That is the only way you will not face a certain kind of discouragement. So you need people that will remind you, have you gone to the gym today? People that will tell you, what are you doing for your business this week? People that will tell you, so how do you want to push what you are currently doing? People that will tell you, okay, so what's the plan? So what do you want to do? How do you want to go about it? You can't talk to small minds with your big visions. They will crumble it. So when you are selecting accountability partners or people who will hold you accountable, ensure that you are working with people who have done what you have done and have succeeded. People whose minds are not tinted with failure. Because there are people who have tried what you want to do, they failed. And somehow they got stuck. They did not move forward, but they move past it because their mind got stuck in failure. And so if you are going to succeed, you have to tell yourself that no matter who has failed on this road, I will go through it and I will do well. And I will succeed. And I will get the result that I'm looking for. So no matter what you're going through, have people that hold you accountable. And be sure that there are people who don't have small minds. People who will hold you to see that what you have written, what you have planned, comes to pass. So you need accountability. You can't do it alone. You need people who will ensure, who will hold you, will pray for you, will support you, will encourage you. People who will make sure you don't quit. That if you say, I will not do it again, they will say, no, wait, we will not agree. They will make sure the things you are set your heart to do, you are able to accomplish them.
I have about 2 more questions before we'll go basically. And the first one is, okay, I heard someone talk about digital detox. I don't know if you've heard that word before, but that was the first time I was hearing it. We live in a digital era. People are making so much money with this digital era thing. The AI, people online, they're making things. But how do we handle these constant distractions that are also online? You know, you can say, let me just check someone on one of those social media platforms, say let's use TikTok for example, and then you see the video and about 3 more pops up, and then you just start scrolling. Before you check it, you've spent an hour 30 minutes laughing and giggling and getting nothing done. So how can we silence the noise of the whole digital distraction And what are the daily, should I say, non-negotiable habits we should have? Maybe that will help. What are the non-negotiable habits we should imbibe in achieving all of this, should I say, results, to have mental clarity, to get our focus in check in this era of distractions?
Okay. You see, the truth is, these distractions will not leave. In fact, we live in a world now where sometimes you don't even know which one is AI and what is real. So you'll see all kinds of things pop up on your screen. In fact, the media was designed to distract you. They are making their money. So if you say, what then they should ban, they are all money-making channels. The person who made those blogs is making money from it. You are just the one who doesn't know how to manage your time. You're just the one who doesn't know how to maximize your own life to make sure that their distractions doesn't come in the way. So what you have to do, because the truth is, you need to know how to block off. You can't be on the internet 247. WhatsApp was designed for your distraction, because from one chat to another chat, you go on one reel, and the reels are getting more interesting. My goodness. Sometimes you just want to stay on someone's page, watching their videos, their content. You said you are going to sleep by 11 or by 10, and this is 4 a.m. in the night. You are still on that reel. You are still on that You are not left Instagram. Then the next, you say, let me just watch one. And you know, TikTok is so funny that one swipe, you are somewhere else entirely. And you go on and on. If you are not disciplined, to tell yourself, I need to study. I need to focus on my business. I need to write in my book. I need to do this content. I need to do, you see, it's not because you won't have steady distractions. It's that you have to come to that point where you can deliberately fight them. If you have to use Do Not Disturb, please, if you need to download apps, there are apps on the Play Store that can be blockers, notification blockers. That once you spend too much, some phones have those features where if you spend too much time on the phone, the app close up. If you have to do that, do that. If you have to tell someone, please, by 11, if you have to set alarms on your phone, I tell you, close that phone right now, go and read. Go and drink water now. Go and write. If I do everything you can to fight the distractions. And you have to be as, the thing is, deliberate and disciplined as possible. If not, this year we end, you would have achieved nothing. All you would have done is that you watched 1,500 reels and no work was done. So if you are going to achieve your goals, then know how to deal and handle and whatever you can do to make sure distractions, social media distractions, do not choke you from achieving your goals. Yes.
Susan, we have just one more question before you give us your final words and advice to my diehard viewers that have been here from start to finish. All right, so the question I have right now is, you know, the line between contentment, self-improvement, and self-acceptance is a bit blurry. It's a bit complicated, you know. So how do we know when to strive for more and also know when to practice contentment? I'm just talking about this as regards even using money. There are those who are pursuing constant pursuit of more money, and they see those around them. It's a motivating factor. They want to get more. They want to get more. Before you know, they're already putting their hands and engaging themselves in all sorts of illegality just to make more money. And I'm not saying we shouldn't make more money, or even let's say we want to gain weight. Oh, women that are a bit thick are the ones in vogue now, curvy women. And then you begin to take pills, you do these, you're squatting, and before you know it, you're motivated, you want to do more. You're even doing exercises that might end up hurting you. Okay, you want to lose weight, and then you have lost weight to the point you're now anorexic. I'm just saying there's a thin line between contentment and strive for more. So at what point should we say, okay, it's enough? How do we know that as you reach, so manage and first stop?
All right. No, this is a very, very delicate question and very important because we live in a world where people show off the things they've achieved. You go on the internet, you see some people's bodies. And you are like, my God, I like the way this woman looks. And you don't know the person went under the knife. And then you start taking stuff. You know, where you draw the line is where you have to ask yourself, what do I have to sacrifice to get to the other side? Now that is where you should know, am I on the other side of the divide or I'm already crossing the lines? What do I have to sacrifice to be on the other side? So you want to be in shape. Now you are now taking pills. Why? So it means that there is something you want to escape, which is discipline. And where do you stop? When your health begins to go overboard, you are now looking skinny. You are beginning to fall sick, your immune system is going down, now you can't keep food in your stomach, you have developed eating disorders, mental issues, you are going overboard. That is the right time to say, do you know what? I think what I'm looking for, I have crossed the lines. It's the same for everything in our lives, even for money. When you now need to do what that goes against, you see, when it begins to go overboard is number one when it comes to money, is that now you are now trying to do illegitimate things to get the money. People's life will have to be destroyed. People's life will have to be lost. People will have to lose their livelihood, their resources to enrich you. You're going overboard. You now scheme, you now lie, you now manipulate, you now steal. You're going overboard. It's when it looks like you now have to do what you should not do. You are going overboard. Why do you have sleepless nights? You see, sometimes we preach contentment to poor people. And we forget that contentment is also for the rich. Contentment is also for the rich. So you who have enough, you also know when you are beginning to ask for more. Now there's nothing wrong in reaching for more. There's nothing wrong in striving to do more, to have more. But it should not be at the expense of your health, at the expense of your life, at the expense of your conscience, at the expense of your sanity, at the expense of your faith. When you have to sacrifice every moral, spiritual, mental, health compass to achieve the thing you want to do, you have crossed the line. So it's a thin line, because the truth is there are also some people who are who celebrate mediocrity. They say, I don't want to over push, or those ones are mediocres. But when it's within safe limits, you are not sacrificing anything more than it is meant. Of course, you have to sacrifice your time, but it's not that you can no longer sleep in pursuit of money. You have gone overboard. Now you can only 1 hour a day, 2 hours a day. If you slump today, the money you are trying to pursue, will you get it? The answer is no. This fit body, you have done surgery to enhance. Now you die on the theater table because you want to cut this part, remove this. What is the problem? You have gone to drink things, your kidneys are at risk. So you have to know, what exactly are you sacrificing to become on the other side of the divide? If you have to cross all the lines, it's not worth it. Yeah.
Gary, we're already at the end of the conversation, so if there's any last word you want to give concerning our topic today, a link you want to recommend, maybe an handle you want to give for people to follow, or maybe it's just a mentor you want to recommend to people, final words, just do that quickly so we can call it a wrap on the show.
All right, so on a final note, one thing I'm going to tell you is this: that there is no limit to who you can become, what you can achieve. You know, I listen to Vusi. You can check him on Instagram, Vusi. You know, and every time I listen to him, I see someone who has changed I want to use the word the atmosphere when it comes to success, mental shifts. 2026 has come. It's no longer is coming. It has come. And, you have to tell yourself, where do I want to be at the end of the year? It's your call. It's your decision. And you have to put in the work. Hard work, we say things like, I don't do hard work, I do soft work. It's as if you are a scammer. The truth is, we cannot over-explain, underestimate, talk about hard work. So this year, don't give up. No matter what you see, don't give up, don't quit, and be ready to reinvent yourself at any point. So whether you are at that point where you lost everything in your business, be determined to start again. Whether you are at that point where your marriage crashed, you don't know where to start from where you are. Your finances, your academics, your life, every single thing. 2026 is one whole year to change the course of your life. And don't forget to talk to God about your life. It is possible with the help of God that everything you have set your heart to achieve is possible. But I want to tell you, don't quit, don't be discouraged, and don't give up. It is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan Dari, for being with us on Flipside today. I've learned a whole lot, and I know I have to start now. I shouldn't give up. There are several aspects of our lives that needs to be rejigged, that needs reinventing. Just pick these principles that we've shared on the show today and apply it to them. You can do it collectively all at once, and you can decide to handle these issues individually, whichever works for you, whatever floats your boat. But make sure you are changing something this year. I'm Daisy Lewis Sekidi. A big thank you for watching. Have a great day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Àyàbá aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Àdàyè aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.